Hey guys, welcome back to another video tutorial. In this video we're going to discuss all about how to build a real-time chat app using MERN Stack. Reason for creating that app, I will use Socket.io. I will teach with you how you can use Socket.io, very basic things, to send and receive the message one user to another user. And also you can send or receive the images. Even you can send and receive the files like doc file, PDF file, and so on. So let's take a look at the project, how this project looks like. So I'm going to create an account. By the way, I have a many registered user, but in this time I'm going to create a new user demo file. By the way, I'll just use this one demo file 1 2 3 4 5 6. I'm able to see the login page. In the login page I need to enter some requirements like email and password. Hit enter. I am in the chat room. In the chat room I am able to see the demo file in my profile page or in the profile sidebar. I can search the users like demo. I'm getting demo 2 3 4, right? I remove it. I can update the image. By the way, I update the image like download, and I have like this one. And also I change it, so I will use the name like online, not online. I'm gonna use learn to free, right? And click to save changes. The image has been updated, and also my name has been updated. I can send the message, but I can open the new tab. In the new tab I need to log in another user account. So another user account have admin, and in the admin page I'm getting the learn to freeze online, and also I'm getting the active now. I click on it. I can send the message. Another user will receive the message. So let's use hello. The hello message sent from the admin, and I move on this one, learn to free. I'm getting the hello. All right, how are you? I'm getting the message. All right, let's upload the image. The image has been sent from the admin to learn to free account, and I'm getting the image, but I need to move back. Yeah, as you can see, let's upload the file like PDF file. The PDF file has been sent from the admin, not admin, from the learn to free to admin user, and another user will receive the admin. Give me a second. Okay, I'm getting it. Thanks for sharing the content, like this, and yeah, I'm getting a message. Alright guys, so very cool application. So I will teach with you how you can build it from scratch, and also I will teach with you how you can make a relationship between one database table to another database table, and also I will use with you simple and basic things which are used to make a communication between your Node.js app with Socket.io, and how you can handle it with frontend. So let's take a look at the project setup, and we will work on the backend. Guys, I have set up the Node.js project and also I installed the many packages. So let's take a look at the packages. First one is .env, Express and Mongoose. Also I will install many other packages on later. We just use these packages to manage our application. So I'm going to close it. I do not close this one. Why this is happening? Okay, I open it because I will configure it. So the step 1, you need to open the port file and assign the port 5000. The next one is I will use my main entry file is server.js, but inside the app.js you need to configure a few things. Express, require Express, and the next one you need to use const app and assign the Express. Then you need to export it up. Once you did that, then you need to move on the server.js file and you need to import it, right? After importing it, you can use it to make a server. All right, so but before making it, I also require .env file and use config. Reason for importing it because I will get the data from this one file, means .env file. So let's do that. I'm going to create a variable port and I will get the data process.env.port exist, otherwise I need to get the port like this. Then I would say app.listen and I would say port comma function. Then the next one is just a minute, just use console.log. Server is running on port like port, okay, just like this. And yeah, so I need to move on there and I need to change it. Just use star, and my main entry file is server.js, so just use server.js. Basically I installed the globally node mode, so I don't need to install it, so I just and npm run there. Yeah guys, I'm getting the server is running and the data is coming from this one port. So I need to close it, and the next one is I need to make a connection between our Node.js with MongoDB. So let's move on our MongoDB website because I am logged in my account. Once you logged in your account, you need to click on this project tab, click to view all projects, and you can create your own new project. Okay, I'm going to select the new project. Write the project name. I'm going to use chat app. Next, create a project, create a cluster, free, everything is a default. I just use create a deployment, and after getting the data like this one data is, if you want to change that you can do that. I'm going to use by default username and password. Click to create a user data and choose a connection. So I'm going to select the Compass. I have installed the Compass, so I just get it, and also I open the Compass. First one I'm going to paste on there and I'm going to add it as a chat app. Okay, now I'm getting default databases in the chat app, so I can paste the same URL inside in the .env file mongo underscore URL and paste the same URL. Alright, then I will create a file inside the config folder db.js. So inside there, the first thing you need to get mongoose package, mongoose and create a variable connectDB async try catch error console.error MongoDB connection error error.message, and also I need to use process.exit passing one value. In the try block you need to use const con, but I don't need to use it. I will use await mongoose.connect. I need to get the URL from this one variable. Alright, this one. So I need to use .env.mongo_URL. Alright, and also I pass the object-based values because I will create a chat app. So I'm going to use max pool size 10, which allows up to 10. Alright, and then I will use server monitor time, server selection time ms should be 5000. This will be time out after 5 seconds, and also I will use socket time ms because I will use socket.io. So also I mentioned it on this will use close sockets after 45 seconds. Alright, outside of there I need to use console.log and use MongoDB connected. And if you want to add another detail you can do that, but I'm gonna leave everything like this. Then I need to use module.export, and I need to export my variable like this one. Once you export it, then you need to close this one file. Then you need to move on the server.js file, and then you need to import the file with same name. Okay, I'm going to use connectDB require config folder db. Alright, just copy it and paste it just like this. You will get the message inside there. As you can see, MongoDB is connected, and this is my server running, which is coming from there. Cool. So let's move on and we will work on our routes. So step 1, you need to use app.use API. First one is I will create authentication. So auth routes. In the routes folder you need to create a file auth routes.js. Alright. After creating it, then you need to use simple Express, and then you need to require the package and also router from router. Alright, then the next thing is you need to call router.post. This is the method, and I would say register. Here is my API. I would say http localhost 5000/API/auth/register. When user hit this one URL, then I would like to create a function that will execute. Inside the function, I will use mini logic to register the user in the database. So I'm going to create a file inside the controller.js. In the controller, I will create a file exports.register async request response, and I would say console.log register, just like this simple thing. Alright, and the next one, I need to import this one file inside the auth routes. Reason for importing it because I will call the function, so I will say auth controller require controllers and auth control. Just copy and use there and the function which is register. Then I would say module.exports router. Once you export the router, then you need to import the router inside the app.js file. Alright, so yeah, const, give me a second, I would say auth routes from require routes auth routes. That's it. I'm getting MongoDB is connected and server is running. When I will hit the URL, so like register, then I will get this one message. So let's take a look at that, how we can use the postman. By the way, I open the post request and copy the URL, paste on there. I just send the request and let's see what happened. I send the request has been sent, and I'm getting the message in the console is registered. Cool. So let's move on and we will create a, give me a second, we will create a collapse it. And where is the model? I do not create a model folder. Yeah, I will create a folder models. Inside the models, I will create a file user schema. That file is used to store the data in the database. So I would say mongoose require mongoose. Then I would say once user schema new mongoose mongoose.schema, and I will create columns, and also in the columns I need to define the type. So let's create columns. Email type should be, give me a second, I'll use this way guys. Type should be string and required is true, and also email is unique, so I also assign the unique feature. Alright, let's move on and we're going to create another column which is password. Type is string and required is true. Alright, let's move on, create another column. I will assign the default value is nothing in the name. Let's create a profile pic. Column type should be string, and also I will assign the default function which is handle the URL that will help us to get the data, get the avatar from the API. So give me a second, I just copy the URL. So I use little template and paste the complete URL. In the URL I assign the name parameter is coming from this .email. Whatever the email name, then the avatar name is assigned on there. Means I use John, so that John first character is assigned on there. Alright, so this is a randomly display the color combination inside our app. Let's move on and we will create a phone number column. Type should be string, default is nothing, and finally I need to create a last one column is online. Type should be Boolean and default should be false. Okay, and yeah, so I also mentioned there is timestamp should be true. Why I'm getting this one message on there, I think I would say on there. Alright, so you need to export it by using module.exports mongoose.model and assign any name as you want. I'm going to assign the name as user, then I target the user schema. That's it. Okay, this one name. I'm going to save the file, then I can use this one file to store the data in these columns. So I'm going to close this one file and I need to move on our auth controller. In the auth controller you need to use a few things. So I'm going to remove this one. So before moving on that, I will show you a few important things. I use request.body. Just use request.body in the register. Then I move on the postman, select the body, and I say name John, and then email should be john@gmail.com. And the next one, I think name, yeah. No, this is email. First one is email, then name, and the next one, okay, this will be password. Okay, I also use 1 2 3 4 5 6. Then name, and I would say John, and use comma, phone number. These are my column names. Okay, and I will assign the value on there. When I will send the request, I will get the data from there, like email, password, name, phone number. So let's take a look at that. I send the request. I'm getting undefined. I don't know why I'm getting undefined. Give me a second. This is a post. Alright. The problem is when you will send the request using post, so you need to use app.use express.js. So I think we are getting the data. Let's take a look at that one more time. I send the request, and there we go, guys. I've received email, password, name, and phone number. So I need to get these data in the auth controller. In order to get the data, you need to use destruct function. So you need to get email, password, name, and phone number. Alright, phone number. Okay, whatever the column name, so I'm going to use phone number from request.body. Once you get it, I'm going to close this one. Give me a second. I also cancel the request and use it in the small because we are getting issue if ever any issue. Alright, then I need to get the email from there, and we need to remove the space. Means when user will enter john@gmail.com and enter the space after the .com, then I need to remove the space from the email. So normalize before saving. Just use simple thing, email.trim. This is function which are used to remove the space, and also when user will enter, capitalize character, so I need to convert it into a lowercase. And the next one is I need to check so I need to use if exist, not if, but before existing it I need to get the existing user from, I need to use await dot user. I need to import the user model from require models and user schema. Then you can call this one user. Okay, give me a second. I think I need to save the file and something is wrong. Okay, where is the mistake? Auth controller. What's happening on there? Give me a second. Yeah, save the file. So you need to use await user dot find, but you need to use find one. What do you want to find? I need to find the email, and we need to assign the normalized email on there. So this is the column name. This is the data which is normalized after getting the email from there. All right, then I would say first I need to save the file, and then we will store the data in the database. So in order to store the data in the database, let's say const user and await user dot create this is the key. The data is coming from normalizing. Before moving on it, I also use if statement. If existing user is exist, so I need to get the return response.status 400.json, and I would say msg. I will use complete user already exists. So once the process has been completed, then I need to store the data in the database. So this is the email column name. You can also say that key, the value is coming from the normalized email. All right, and the password, this time I just use simple password, but also I need to convert it, guys. Okay, yeah, so I will convert the password into a hash format, but before converting it, I need to install the package which is Backend.js. So it is server npm install Backend install JS. Okay, and we need to import it. Backend.js require Backend.js. So Backend.js is used to encrypt your password, means user enter 12345, then this function will use to convert it into a hash format. So let's see how we can use it. I'm going to use hashed password await Backend.js dot hash, and inside there you need to pass two parameters. The first one is a value which is coming from the body, like this one. The next one is a value how much this password will be encrypted. So I assign normal range is 10. I use encrypt password. Alright, so then I need to assign the value on there like this, and I just assign the name because I'm getting the name from there, and also same thing I will assign on there. That's it. Once you did that, the next and final thing you need to use, okay, I will convert it into a try catch block. Response.status 201.json, and message should be user created successfully, and also I would say data should be user, whatever the user data is, like this one. Alright, that's it guys, but also I need to cut it and use try, paste the complete code and use catch. If I have any error, we will display the error in the console. This message should be error.message. That's it guys. So I'm gonna close this one tab, and yeah, everything is perfect. So let's try to store the record. So I'm gonna store the record is like this is a yeah, that's perfect. So let's try to use it. Yeah guys, I'm getting the data and also message user successfully created. And let's move on our compass. I'm going to refresh the chat app. I'm getting the test database. In the test database have users. This is the table. In the table have a data like email, password, and name, phone number, and is online. Let's see, is online column. Okay, by default is false. Yeah, and the data, pick data and created date, updated date. So we have successfully stored the data in the database. So let's move on, and we will use the login logic to log in the user in the account using Postman. Then I will work on the front end, then we will get the data from there. Okay, so let's move on. Auth controller, not auth controller, I need to close this one, auth route. So I need to make a copy, and inside there I need to create a login. Just copy it, use exports dot login async response. In order to log in the user inside the application, you need to use two things. First one is email, the second one is password. So you need to get the password and email from request.body. Then you need to use const user await if user have exist inside the database. So I'm going to use user. This is my model name. By the way, this is model column model file name. Okay, I need to save this file, and this will be login. Right, and why I'm getting this? Okay, because I need to complete this. Okay, so async user await, you need to use find one and email, and also you need to use email dot trim, means remove the space and also convert it into lowercase. Then I check if user is not exist, then I would say return response.status 400.json. In the JSON I will say message invalid credentials. Yeah, let's move on, and we will use the package like Backend.js, like this one, to check the password, enter password in our stored password in the database is match or not. So in order to check it, so I'm going to create a variable is match. I would say await Backend.js.compare. This is a built-in function inside the Backend.js. So inside that you need to pass two parameters. The first one is coming from the body of this one, whatever the user will enter the password. The next one is you need to get the password from the database. So in order to get the password from the database, you need to target your this one variable. Inside they have a password column, so you need to use password. Then same thing you can do. If is match is not true, then I'll say status 400.json and message should be invalid credentials. So right, this is okay. And the next and final thing is, before moving on advanced, I would say response.json and just use user. I do not use any other things on this time because I just check it. Alright, so I open the new tab, and the new tab I copy the complete auth, paste on there, and send the request as post, select the body, copy this one data, paste on there. So I need only an email and password. Okay, so I send the request, user is already exist. Why this? Okay, I need to use login. Yeah guys, I'm logged in the application, but when I enter wrong password like this one, I'm getting the data, means you are logged in. If you enter wrong password and send the request, I'm getting the error. Okay, like this one, but status is not defined. Give me a second, I will also assign the status. Then I would see response.status like foreigner.json. Message should be no. Okay, the problem inside the response.status, so I'll get the error message. Let's try to use it. As you can see, I'm getting the message. I refresh my database, and yeah, so that's perfect. So let's move on one more step further. We will use JSON Web Token. In order to use JSON Web Token, you need to install it. Means when user will log in the account, I need to generate the JSON Web Token, and we will store the JSON Web Token inside the database and inside our application. So let's take a look at that, how you can do that. So I install the package npm install JSON Web Token. I need to import it. Const jwt require JSON Web Token. I close this one and close this one tab as well because I need to work on it. Alright, so his user is give me a second. One more thing I need to use, JSON Web Token generator. I need to generate the JSON Web Token, so I need to get 128 bits, generate copy, and I need to move on to the env file. In the env file, you need to assign the variable jwt secret and paste the token. Okay, jwt secret. Then you can use it to store the data. But before moving on it, I just use try catch below error console.error, and I just use something went wrong. Alright, and the type, like I need to paste it, and then also I need to use a response.status 500.json. Message should be dot message. Alright, so after the match, before sending the request down there, I need to create a variable token, and then I need to use JWT, means JSON Web Token dot sign function. In the sign function, you need to assign the two parameters. The first one is ID. By the way, this is a key. The value is, you need to use user dot underscore ID. This is a database column ID. You need to pass it. The next one is a key. Which key? JSON Web Token secret key, which is coming from there, like this one. So in order to get that, you need to use process.env.JSON Web Token secret key. Also, I would assign the expire in 24. Give me a second, I will assign it in the 24. H means 24 hours. But why? Yeah, great. So also I need to assign the token. So let's type login it and send the request. I'm getting the token, guys. As you can see, when you will log in it, you will get different tokens. So first, I think I do not store the JSON Web Token inside there. Yeah, so it is very simple. As you can see, when you log in it, you will get different token. Send the request, different token. When you will enter wrong email like this, I would say john@hotmail.com, and you will get that message like this one. Great, means we have successfully created login and also registration feature inside the application. So guys, let's move on and we will work on the router that will help us to get all of the users. So we're going to create another router and another controller that will help us to get all of the records from the database. I need to move on app file, and I will create app.use, and then give me a second, I remove these API and users, and I will create a router user controller. Okay, and also I need to create a routes user routes. So in the user routes, you need to set up there. You need to set up few things, which is Express, and your router. Then you need to call the router .get function. This is your main primary, and I will use the function like get all users. So I will create that function inside. By the way, this is my mistake. I need to move on all of the code inside there, and inside the user controller I need to create a file like exports .get all users, async request response, like this. I would say console.log all users. So in the user routes, you need to use module.exports and route. Save this one file, and inside there you need to make a copy. Just change the name, should be user routes. Copy it and you need to paste on. Alright, so I'm gonna open the console. In the console I will send the request on, but before moving on it, I use the localhost 5000 API user. So I'm going to send the request. Okay, let's take a look at that. API users. No, why I'm not getting the message. Okay, the problem is I need to use user routes. Okay, so I think we are, why get all users? Okay, one more thing we need to use, I need to use user controller require dot controllers user controller. So I need to use it like this. Okay, so yeah, let's try one more time, and we are getting the result inside the console. I'm getting all the users, means this function code is executed. So inside the function I need to get the data from the database, and we need to display the data inside our Postman. So I'm going to cancel the request, and I would say const user, I need to get the data from database. So in order to get the data from the database, you need to use models.user schema. Once you get it, the next one you need to use try catch and response.display 500.json and message, I would say error fetching users. In the try block you need to get the data. How you can do that? That's very simple. Create a variable users, use await, and target your user dot find, and that's it. Just use response dot status 200 dot json. So I'm going to use data should be users like this. If you want to add the message, you can do that, but I'm going to use simple and easiest way that I help you to understand everything. I'm going to send the request. I'm getting the user from the database inside the screen. But the cool thing is I need to hide this column, means this field, which is password. So in order to hide it, you need to use dot select and field name with -sign. Save and send request. Okay, why this is happening? Okay, this is my mistake, so I need to cut it. I need to paste inside this one line. Send the request. You can't see the password field inside my Postman, but the data is stored inside there. As you can see on my database have a password field. Cool. So the next one is a very important thing. When user log in it, then who will be able to access this one function, means who will be able to access this data. So what I'm going to do on there, I'm going to create a middleware. In the middleware, that will help us to check the user is logged in or not. If the user is logged in, then who will be access this one page, otherwise who will able to see the error message. Alright, so let's take a look at that, how we can do that. So I'm gonna create a middleware, use auth middleware.js, and inside the router you need to use const, write any names you want. I'm gonna use protector, which is coming from middleware / auth middleware, and before this one I need to copy it and paste on it. Alright, so where is the middleware? Here, auth middleware. So the step one, you need to import JWT is just web token. You need to use module.exports, and you need to pass 3 parameters: request, response, and next. try catch error console.log. I would say console.error auth middleware error that message. And also I would say response.js 401.json status. I would say file, and message I would say invalid or expired token, whatever the text you will use on there. Alright, so I need to get the token from the postman. Means use a login account. I will show you guys practically how you can do that. But when I log in, okay, so this is my login step. So this is Gmail. So send the request. Why this is not working? Okay, here's a mistake. Send the request. I'm getting the token, as you can see on my screen. I need to get this one token, copy it, okay, and then you need to move on this one route. Inside there you need to move on the authorization, select the barrier token. Inside the barrier token you need to paste the token that you have received from there. Alright, then you send the request and you'll get the result, guys. But right now there are no any logic used inside the try block. So give me a second, I will show you guys practically. Just a minute, I stop there and I just use console.log request.headers. Just use it, and also I will use next. So send the request one more time. I'm getting the result. Alright, I'm getting the result, but inside my terminal or VS Code editor I'm getting the authorization barrier, and this is my token. I need to get this one token and we need to store it inside my code, then we will match it. Let's take a look at that, how we can do that. So step 1, const auth header. You need to use request dot headers dot authorization, like this one, okay, and when you will get this one variable, you will get the data like this one. So I'm going to show you one more time, then we're going to move on the login. So let's send one more request. I'm getting 200, and as you can see I'm getting barrier and the token, but I need to only get this one data. How you can do that? Let's move on and use the logic. So I use if not authorization or header or not auth header dot store. This is a built-in function in the JavaScript. So I would say start with barrier, like this one. Then I would say return response.status 401.json status should be fail, and message I would say authorization token required, like this. Alright, let's move on, and I'm going to select no auth, send the request. I do not access this one page because this is a protected. Okay, cool. So let's move on and use barrier token one more time, and I need to get the token data. Which data? Only on the token without barrier. So how you can do that? I will show you in the console first one. Auth header. Why I'm getting the suggestion? Okay, send request. Okay, token has expired, so I'm gonna log in again, copy the token, send. What's happening on there? Start with is another function. Okay, I'm getting the problem on there, so this is the starts with. So send the request, I'm getting a result, and also I'm getting the data, as you can see, barrier and the token. So I need to hide it, means I need to remove it and get this one data. So let's do that. I would say const token auth header dot split, and here is a space between this and our token, so I need to make a space. After that I need to get the array and the next number 1. So by default I have index 0, so this is index 0 and this is my index 1. So just console.log token, and one more time send the request, and there we go guys, I have a token in my terminal. So we're going to use this one token to check it using JSON web token verify function. So let's take a look at that. Const decoded jwt.verify. This is a verify function. Inside that you need to pass 2 parameters. The first one is the token that you are getting from the postman or getting from the header. The next one you need to use process.env jwt underscore secret. Alright, then you need to target your request.user and assign the value which is coming from the id decoded.id, and yeah, that's it. This middleware is used to protect our route, means user need to log in the account, otherwise user can't access what this one data. So let's try it. Send the request, I'm getting it, but when I will enter, let's say I enter wrong code or wrong token, send the request, I'm getting the failure, invalid or token expired, whatever the text you will use it guys. Okay, so one more time, copy, and I'm gonna paste on there, send the request, I'm getting the result. So let's move on, and we're gonna work on the update feature. When user will update the name and also image, then who will be able to update the image and name. But before moving on the image, we need to update the name. Then we're gonna use a few extra logic to set up the image process. So I have a user routes, so inside there I will create another routes, and this will be put. After that I need to use profile and same protector, and this will be, I don't need to use this one, I will create a function which is update profile, copy it and you can paste on there. Okay, and yeah, I need to save this in file, then we are getting the result. Great. So in order to update the records, you need to use a few things. The first one is, give me a second, change the name, text by the way, here to update profile error.message. In the try block you need to use, by the way, I need to destruct the name from request.body. Alright, and then I need to use const update user await user dot find by ID and update. I need to paste, not paste, just use request.user.id. Alright, and what, but I need to update the name, guys. Give me a second. Okay, I will close it and just use this one because I will use another logic inside there. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna use if not update user is exist, then I'll say response status 404.json message user.phone, like this. Otherwise I need to get response.json updated user, like this, and we're gonna try it and let's see what's wrong, if have any mistakes. So I select the put, and this is a profile to, not profile, yeah, profiles. Let's take a look at the routes profile. Yeah, so in the profile I need to move on the body, select the name, and I would say admin, and also I need to authorize the token because guys, I need to log in it and I need to get this one token because this is a protected route. So where is authorization here? Barrier token. I'm gonna paste the token, and yeah, let's take a look at that. What's not found? Give me a second. API users, API profile. Give me a second. This will be users slash profile, and send the request. Why this is auth routes, user routes. Inside the user routes have users slash profile protector controller. Why this doesn't work? Profile. Okay, I need to select the put. Yeah guys, the John is up here, but I do not see any updation inside there, so let's refresh it. Yeah guys, I do not update the record, so let's take a look at that. And give me a second guys, let's try another name, request.body, and find update in ID, so it will request.user.id, and inside there response.status 200.json, and I would say what name should be name. Okay, the name is coming from there, and here is a name key. So I think we are, yeah guys, the name has been updated inside there, but inside the database I can't see updated name. Okay, so name user. So give me a second, I just check it guys. So let me use another way guys. So this will request dot id comma destruct the name, and also I will use the new should be true, and also I will say run validator should be true. If this is not exist, so I would say display this one. Otherwise I need to move on from not status. Inside there I need to use success true, and message I'd say profile successful, and finally I need to use user updated user, like my variable, like where it is, like this one. Okay, so we are getting the result inside our Postman and also database. Yeah guys, I'm getting the updated result inside there, and let's take a look at that. My name has been updated right now in the database. So reason for updating only on the name, because I will work on the image, but I'm facing issue inside there. Okay, I will fix it in a minute. I just show you how you can update only on the name, specific name inside the database. Alright, so the next step, we need to update the image. Means user select the image and we need to update the image, and also the user will be able to update the name. Alright, so both features I will use inside this one function. So let's take a look at that, the packages are installed or not. So this is outside of there, so I don't need that. Yeah. Okay, this is, and JSON web token is installed outside of there. Okay, I'm getting the JSON token details with outside of my folder, so I will create a cd server send install JSON web token, because the token is installed outside of my directory, and yeah, the token has been installed. And also I need to install multer, which are used to handle the images. So I would say npm install multer. Alright, cool. So let's create a middleware, which is upload.js. So I need to configure it multer, and the next one is I need to create a file fs, require fs. Then I need to set up the storage. So create a variable storage, and you need to use multer.disk storage as object-based value. Inside there you need to, I have a folder inside the uploads. So inside the upload I will create two folders. First one is the profiles, the next one I will create another folder which is messages. Alright, profiles, I will use profiles. Yeah, when user will send the message and also attach the image, then the images or file will be stored inside the message folder. If user will be update the image, then who will be able to see the storage data have stored inside there. Only on the images user will be able to store or update the profile. So yeah, so let's set up it. So I would say destination should be request file and cv callback function call. I need to define the folder if file dot field name image with profile pic. How you can define this one? You need to move on the router, in the user router, and the user router you need to use, after the protector you need to use, first I need to import the file guys, const upload require middleware.upload. You need to target it and use dot single. I need to target the upload single image, and whatever the text you will use it, like I will use profile pic, then I can use same name. By the way, I need to use comma. Okay. The same name you can use inside there. Alright, to check if the file field name is exist on this one, then I would say, give me a second, select the uploads folder, inside they have a profile folder. Otherwise you need to move on the uploads folder, inside the upload have a messages folder. Right, this one. So this will determine folder based on where the file is coming from. Alright, the next one is if the folder is exist, that's perfect. Otherwise we will create a folder by using if not fs, means file is exist. Which one? Why this is exist. Fs fs if fs dot exist sync is not have a folder, then we will create a directory mkdir sync, and which one, whatever the folder I will assign on there, and also because the rescue should be true. Outside of the if statement you need to call cv and passing the first one value is null, the second value you need to pass it as a folder. Outside of the destination you need to select the file name, because when user will send or upload the image or any other file, then you need to assign the unique name of the each file. So also I mentioned unique file name with extension. So you need to target cv, first one parameter is a null, the second one I would say det function that now outside of there I need to assign the hash sign. After the hash sign you need to use file that original name, whatever the name of the file, then I would say replace with give me a second, I would use as and globally. After the comma I would say underscore. Okay, that's perfect. Alright, the next thing we will use, well, before, so which file filter or which file will be allowed to upload or share with one user to another user. So I will use the function on the const file filter first response, not response, file cv, and I will create allowed types and array based. I have all of the format details. I just pasted image, jpeg, png, gif, web page, pdf, ms word, and basically these are files the user will be upload and share the one user to another user. Let's move on, and I will say if allowed types that includes what, file dot mime type, and I will show you how you can get these details like mime types, and I used as the original name. I will upload the image, then I will show you how you can get these data. I just created a function to help cv null and the true, otherwise I need to use else, and the else statement means you need to use cv new error function unsupported unsupported file type. By the way, I will use little template on there. So yeah, file.mime type. And finally you need to use, guys, the for statement. And last step, you need to set up the multi upload section. So that's very simple. You need to use upload, select the multi function, and you need to pass the object-based value. The first one is the storage, which is coming from the top that you have created, like this one. Inside there are all of the logics. The next one is you need to use, by the way, I need to use upload. The next thing, you need to use file filter, and also you need to assign the limits. The file size limit should be 10 MB, 1024 times by 1024, and by the way, this is the 10 MB. Then I need to import, not import, module that exports dot, no, not dot, just use upload. That's it, guys. So this is how your multi-configuration middleware that are used to handle the image. So I move on the upload profile function. Inside there, I need to continue to use another logic that will help us to manage the images. Okay. Alright, so let's use from there. So the first thing is you need to use create an update fields as object base. Okay, this is empty by the way. And the next one is you need to check if request.file before I will show you how you can get the data. Request.file, when you will use request.file, then you can select the file, and I will show you, guys. Give me a second, I just complete this one code, and then I will show you. Const file path request.file.path, yeah, request.file.path dot replace. And this is a little bit of tricky, so I already have this code, so I just paste it globally, and this is slash sign. Then I would say update fields that profile pic. Okay, this is this one name, so I will use this one name to upload the image, guys. And then you need to select request.protocol. After that, you need to colon slash request.get host, and then finally you need to use file path. Alright, and let's move on there. So the first step, you need to pass the request.id. The second step, you need to remove this one, and you need to say operator is set update fields, and also I would say return document should be after, and yeah, run validator is used, but I will use it inside there. Run validator should be true. And finally, I need to hide the password, so I will use select column name password. And other thing is perfect, so not user, and yeah, so we are good to go to check So I move on my postman and I select the form data. Okay, so inside there you need to pass the name of the field. So my name is, what is the name, like this one. You need to copy it and paste on there, and you need to select the file, select new file, and I'm gonna update this one image and send the request. Yeah guys, I'm getting the image updated, but I'm able to see undefined. So let's take a look at that. Yeah guys, I'm getting the image in my folder, and this is the image that I have updated, but I'm getting issue. So I'm getting undefined this one. This is the profile pic. I need to get the localhost from there. So something is wrong inside my path. Request file.path. Replace. Give me a second, I will get my this one code, and let's try one more time. By the way, I checked it. This is my default avatar, but when I refresh it, I'm getting the updated image path inside my profile, but this is incomplete. So why I'm doing this data? Okay, so let's try one more time. Failed, upload field is not defined. Okay, I made a mistake. This is the, okay, let's try to send it. Yeah guys, I'm getting the perfect result. So the mistake is inside my path, inside this one path, request.protocol : / and yeah, we are getting the same result inside there. So the image path is this one. When user will open this one path, then who will be accessed these images, like this one, this one, this one. By the way, I remove all of the images, just upload one image, and let's refresh it. Okay, I don't have an image. Oh, sorry guys. Okay, let's send one more time. Update, the image has been changed, and yeah, so let's take a look at that. By the way, I also mentioned the name because sometimes user will be update the name, so also I mentioned the name logic on there. So I need to destruct the name from the request.body. After that, I need to say if name is exist, means when user enter the name value, then I would say update fields that name, assign the name which is coming from there. And let me share with you the data, the logic that I've used inside the where it is upload folder. So I just save it, and when this function will be execute, so I need to use request.file. Okay, and I open the terminal and I send same request. Let's take a look at that. I'm getting the data. As you can see, my terminal, field name, the profile pic, original name. So I've used on there a lot of things like this one. When I use file dot, means I target the field name. I used on there field name. Original name also I use inside there, like this one, file dot original name, means I select the name, whatever the name, image or file name, so I target it. And this is the MIME type, so I use there is the image. As you can see, image select JPEG, so I have used this one path on there. And also I use file.mime type, file.mime type. So I have received all of the information from there. Alright, Yeah, great. So yeah, I think we will move on. So let's move on the next and final routes, which is messages. But before moving on it, let's take a look at that, the image, and also where is the body. Here is raw. I would like to change the name like John and send the request. Yeah, the name has been updated and also image also updated inside the postman. So I'm going to close this one route and close the user routes right now. The next route I will create is app.use API messages, and I will create a routes message routes. Yes, okay. So imported message route requires, and then you need to call it. Move on the message routes. In the message route you need to use const express then you need to use send the message with user, means user will be send the message, then we will use get the message or get conversation ID. And yeah, so let's do that. I'm gonna use router dot post. First one is a send, and this is also protect with our protector, so I'll use protector, and I will use protect the regional name. This is coming from middleware. This will be auth middleware. Yeah, so protect with username and password, and then I would say send message. So I need to create a function message controller.js exports.send message async request response, just like this. I do not move on this one code, I just use simple code. Okay, and so send message, and inside there I need to import it message controller require middleware, not middleware, controller, and inside there I have message controller. So I need to copy it and send message like this. And last and final thing, you need to use module.export router. And let's open the terminal and let's see if we have any error, so we will fix it. Otherwise, yeah, I'm getting server is running and MongoDB is connected. So I need to create two models and also make a relationship between one user to another user. So let's see how you can do that. Move on the models. In the models you need to create a file message schema.js, whatever the name you can use it. I will use message schema. In the message schema you need to create a mongoose message schema. Not required, you need to use new mongoose schema. So you need to assign the object based values. The first column I would say conversation ID. Conversation ID. Type is string, and this is important, so I need to use required attribute on there. The next column I would like to create sender ID, and you need to use on there is type should be ID. So how you can get the ID? You need to use mongoose.schema.types.object ID like this, and you need to assign the reference with your user model like this one. Okay, so this will get the ID from this one model. All right, and also I need to use require should be true. I'm gonna make a copy and just change the name. This will be receipt ID, and this is the same user, and type is the same, just change the column name. Let's move on, and we will create another column. Type should be string, required should be false, file URL should be type string, file type should be type string. Make a copy, just change file name, and last and final thing you need to use okay, I need to use comma on there. After the last one curly bracket, you need to use time stamp should be true like this. So you need to export it module.exports, and you need to use mongoose.model, and you need to assign the messages, not message, just use message and your schema name like this one, like this. So yeah, that's perfect. I also created another model which is conversation schema. In the conversation schema, you need to use mongoose const conversation schema new mongoose dot schema participants and brackets type should be mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID, and the reference this will be user. I make another copy, and I would say last message column type is same. Inside there I need to target my message schema like this one. Okay, make a relationship between two objects or two tables. The last one, I would say last message text should be type is string, and default I would say nothing, and same thing you can do, timestamp should be true. Module dot exports, and you need to use mongoose.model conversation and conversation schema like this. So I'm going to close the files, and this is user schema method. So guys, I have a conversation schema, message schema, and both have a relationship between one to another. So I will show you how you can use them and how you can send the message and how you can get the data. But these are important things to make a relationship, get the ID from the users, and also the same thing you can do on there. But in the conversation schema, you need to get the reference from the user and also message. So we will use them inside of a send message function. Okay, so let's move on, and we will get the data. So the first step, you need to get the message schema from models dot not dot slash message schema. The next one, you need to get conversation, require models slash conversation schema, and finally you need to get the mongoose like this one. Here's try why I'm getting required. Type is conversation required. Conversation ID, something is wrong inside there. Conversation message schema. So conversation ID, where it is. MongoDB schema object ID. Give me a second, I need to use required, and yeah, so I think we are missing ketchup only. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna remove it and let's see. Message schema string, something is wrong. Okay, here is my another mistake. So this will be required. Type is string conversation ID, message schema. Okay, this need a ID, so right now I'm gonna use false. So I think we are getting not. Guys, I have a lot of mistake inside there. This will be should true. Yeah, I'm getting connected. So here is some mistakes according to the terminal have required, so I have used the require, but I need to use required. And here is the first mistake. The second one is this one. So yeah, I fixed it. So let's move on there, and we will send the message one user to another user. By the way, we will work on the send message. So in order to send the message, I need to do few things. First one, I need to set up my catch block. Send message error, and this will be error.message, error.message, and so on. Node.js should be error, and message should be error.message. Whatever the error message will be displayed inside my postman. So I need to get the receipt ID, text, file URL, and file type from request.body. So let's destruct them. First one is recipient ID, text, file URL, and file type from request.body. Then let's say cast IDs to ensure MongoDB compatible. So the first one, I need to get sender ID, which is coming from new mongoose dot types dot object ID, and I would like to use on the request.user.id. okay, so this will variable receive the id from the user using mongoose.types.object. all right, then I would say target id should be new mongoose dot same thing, is types dot object, and I would say receipt id, which is coming from there. Then I would say conversation. So in order to use the conversation, I will create a variable conversation and use await, and I would say conversation, this one variable inside there I need to target the find one parenthesis and object based value. In the object based value you need to target the participant, and you need to use the operator all in the MongoDB and assign the array based value. The first one is a sender id, the next one is a targeted id. okay, outside of this one you need to use if the conversation is not exist, then move on, and I would say conversation await dot create. By the way, conversation dot create is object based value, which is participant should be sender id comma target id. Write carefully, because if you use any misspelling on there, then you will face the problem. All right, so the next one is I need to send the message in the database, but before sending the message in the database I need to create a new message variable await message dot create conversation id. By the way, I need to use conversation id and assign the id which is coming from conversation dot underscore id, and we need to convert it into a string like this. Please comma sender id, these are keys, the values coming from the sender id which is appear on there like this one. Whatever the name you can use on it, but you need to assign the particular names or variables that you have stored in the database, like id, name, and so on. All right, the next one is a recent id. I would say target id, text should be text, and I will use tiny operator and remove the space by using trim method, or I need to get by default is nothing. And also file URL means user will attach the image or any file, so I assign the file URL, or null message. File type, I would say file type, file type, otherwise null. Okay, and last and final thing, you need to store the data in the database, so let's do that. I would say conversation dot last message, assign the new message dot underscore id, and same thing you can do. So this will be last message text, and that will be text tiny operator dot trim, remove the space, or have a file URL. So I need to use file type, otherwise nothing. Use await and store the record in the conversation table. And last and final thing, you need to use response.status 201.json, and I would say states success, and you need to assign the data whatever the name you're going to use on there. I'm going to use the new message. You can assign any name on there. I just use the name. So this is a very long video, but I have a lot of logic that I have used inside there. So let's move on and we will check it using Postman. I know we will get the errors, but we will fix it. But before moving on any errors, let's take a look at that inside the Postman, and I use post complete URL, and let's take a look at where it is here. So messages, message routes. So this is a messages slash, and next one is sent. Okay, in the send I need to select the body, but before moving on it I need to log in the account because I need a token. So I need to copy it, move on this one page, use the authorization, video token, paste the token, and yeah, this is my send. Inside there you need to use, give me a second, I just copy. So I've used the ID, column name, text, file name is nothing, and this is nothing. I will get this one from my this one ID. By the way, this is the database ID. Okay, so I did it using this one. And yeah, so let's try to send the request and let's see what's happening. This API is not found. The first problem that is not found. Okay, also I open the terminal, and this is API messages. So API messages slash send. This is post. So what? Okay, I need to use post. API messages sent, and what's wrong with this? API messages, message routes. So why this message or this route is not move? Give me a second. Okay, the problem inside there, guys. So yeah, so I need to use slash, and let's try it. Okay, I'm getting issue. I know I'm getting issue, but let's take a look at the database. So I'm going to repair the database. I'm getting the database columns, I mean tables, conversation. In the conversation I have object ID, and participants is none, and last message also, and here is another table, but I can't see anything else inside there because I need to send the request, and the request will be passed, then we will get the message inside the table. So yeah, we're gonna fix it, and let's take a look at that, how we can fix it. So give me a second, I collapse them, and give me a second, guys. The first step, I need to move on message schema. Okay, so this is okay, here is my first mistake. So ID type is string required. Yeah, perfect. And this is another mistake. So ID, and So that's perfect. Received ID path is, yeah. So let's move on, and then we will work on the conversation. In the conversation, also participants, users, last message, type MongoDB schema object reference, schema types object, reference message. So I think we are moving further, and last and final thing is this message controller. So in the message controller, sent ID, text, file URL, and also I need to get, give me a second guys, just I save it and let's try to send the request. Here guys, I'm getting the updated version, and this is my conversation ID, this is my sender ID, this is my receipt ID, and this is my text, and the file URL is nothing, file type is nothing, and this is my another ID. So let's take a look at that. The message, I'm getting the message. So who have sent the message? So the message has been sent, the john@gmail.com, and the name of the message sender is admin. Alright, so this is a simple logic, not a simple, but have some logical things inside this one file. Okay, so we have a message, and let's try to create another user. Give me a second, I will show you guys. So this is John, I will create but before moving on it, give me a second, I will update the profile and I will show you a very important thing. So this is the API, you get all the data. Okay, so this is John, so I need to use, yeah, this is John, but I will create a new user with the name of admin, and this, where is the post request? Okay, I would say admin, and password is like this, and this is admin. So I send the request, the next user has been created, and I move on there, refresh it, I'm getting another user like john@gmail.com, admin@gmail.com. then I would say copy, and I'm going to paste on there, same password, just log in it. I'm logged in, I need to get this one token, move on the message, send message page, and yeah, so we need to authorize the token, move on the body, hello, I'm admin. Like this, I send the request. Yeah, I'm getting the message. So let's take a look at that. The messages, I'll refresh it. Hello, I am admin, and this is the conversation ID, and each column or each user have a different IDs, okay, but have a same receipt ID, and also have a sender ID have a different. As you can see, sender ID is, in the last two characters have a 3C, in the first sender have a 20. Okay, but the conversation, not conversation, receipt IDs are similar. We will work on it guys in the front end, then we will fix it. In the conversation, I'm getting the messages. The first one is hello, the second one message is hello, I'm admin, and both users have a different IDs like 703 and 040. Okay, cool. So guys, let's move on, and we're gonna work on the ID based data. means when I will enter the ID, I need to get the message. So I need to move on the code editor, and this is my message routes. So inside there I need to pass, give me a second, make a copy and pass conversation ID like this, and this ID will be executed when I call the function which is get chat history. I will create that function, guys, so just copy it, move on there, use exports dot module node async request response, and so use try and catch block. In the catch block I need to use arrow chat history should be response.status by Node.js message, I'll say server connection failed. In the try block you need to destruct the conversation ID. So like this, I need to destruct them, and from request.params. Then you need to use UID. Taking to my ID, which is coming from request.user.id. Let's take a look at that. What you will get: console.log, I'll use conversation ID, and the next one is my ID. I open the console, and then so move on there. I get the conversation ID. By the way, I use the send. This is a get, but I need to authorize the barrier token, which is coming to, where is login? Okay, login. I need to get the token, and I'm going to paste the token, and this is my ID, which is this. Just get it, and after the message I need to paste the ID. I'm going to send the request. Okay, I'm not, give me a second. Okay, the message, this will be get, send the request and move on there. So I'm getting the ID. By the way, I'm getting the barrier token, so give me a second. I will stop to find the controller. Where is that message controller where I have used the console.log. Okay, this is my right now function, but I need to find the function which is control. Where I used this one, which function? Give me a second, guys. I need to find the function that have a token, so I need to remove it because I'm facing issues. This is the conversation ID, and there are no any user controller. Update profile. Where is the function? So guys, I have removed the message which is console.log and display the token like barrier token. So the token is appear inside the middleware, so I remove it, and now we are getting the ID, conversation ID and user ID. Okay, so I need to use const conversation await conversation. This is basically conversation schema dot find one. I need to target the participant, use all operator using $all, and you need to pass in the way my ID comma conversation ID like this. Alright, then let's move on. If the conversation is not true, then I would say response JSON nothing. Otherwise we will move on and use await message schema. By the way, I use message, but the message behind that have a message schema that is stored in the top. I'm going to show you on the top, as you can see. So I use message and message.find conversation ID, and we need to assign the conversation dot underscore ID. We need to convert it into string by using that method. And also I use sort method, sort, and by using created at column use one, means ascending and descending. Okay, why this is okay, I need to use conversation. Alright, cool. Okay, this is readable name, this is also readable name. The last final thing we need to use response.json. I am going to pass the message. I'm going to save the file and let's take a look at that. What you will get, I'm going to send the request. Server connection failed. JSD type of account read properties of null reading underscore ID. Where it is, conversation underscore ID. So we get find one participant all my ID and conversation ID. Type account read properties underscore ID. This is okay. Let's take a look at that. This is I comment it and let's see what you will get. Just use this one and leave this one response as well. Just use comment, send the request. Let's see, you are getting, I'm getting the null value guys. So Yeah, so we're gonna fix it. Give me a second. I cancel the request. And let's see where is mistake that I request params user ID. I'm getting both IDs. Conversation find one. Or my ID. Okay, I see. The problem is I copy the URL of the user and send the request. I cancel it and I'm getting the details. So new object ID, participant ID, new object ID, and so on. So means this conversation will get all of the details, means ID. So I uncomment and also uncomment it, and let's take a look at that, what you will get on this time. Yeah guys, I'm getting the data. So this is my ID, conversation ID, sender ID, recent ID, and this is my text. Cool. So yeah, we have received the ID, and let's take a look at that. This is the one user, John 2. Let's take a look at that. This one user, send the request. Yeah, this is another user are able to see the same message. Means one user to send the message with another user, then another user will able to see the message. Alright, means this is a conversation based text. Okay, let's move on and we will fix few things. So I move on this one, get all users. So I send the request and get all of the users, but in the, give me a second, I remove them and I open the user routes, get all users. So inside there I need to use a few things, because if I will work on the backend then we will face the problem. So I need to fix it. So inside this I need to pass the ID. So I think like this, underscore ID, and I would say not equal to request.user.id. So it is very important guys. So I think we are getting error, but no, I'm not getting error, I'm getting the data. Okay, so this is a very simple, not very simple but useful. So I'm getting the is online is a false. According to users, I'm getting the data. Which data? The ID is passed on there. According to the particular ID, I'm getting the data. So this is all about relationship data. Okay, I know this is very confusing but very useful to understand it guys. And last and final thing is I open the conversation and deleted the conversation, and also I refresh it and I remove the message like this one, delete from. Alright, so let's see what you will get on there. I'm getting some error and type on read property underscore ID. It means when you will get the ID then you will get the message, otherwise you can't get the message, you will get the error. So let me fix it by using where it is, send the message here. So not there, here, yeah. Hello, I'm admin. So this is a receipt ID, but I need to move on. Give me a second. I checked login and okay, so this is a token, this is a user, so I need to get this one ID. and where is the post? I paste the receipt ID on there. So hello, I'm admin, send the request. I'm getting the message. Refresh it. Yeah, let's refresh the conversation. I'm getting the conversation, and let's take a look at that. Send the request. I'm getting the data. Cool. So let's move on the final step, which is file upload. So let's move on, and we need to use, give me a second, I open the message routes. I use the conversation ID in the top, then send message. After that I will create another copy. So this will be upload, same product, but before calling the function, I'll use the function will be upload. Fine. I use the uploader on there. Const upload models, not where it is, uploads middleware. Okay, inside the middleware, so I need to get it and I need to paste on there. Use dot single. Inside there you need to assign any name as you want, so I'm going to use file. After the file I need to use comma. Okay, then I need to work on this one function, so I need to remove that, and this is user controller. Give me a second. File, upload file, message controller. I need to open message controller. Okay, exports sync request response, and inside there you need to use few things. The first one is in the catch block you need to use error console, not error, message upload error, comma error, and also I need to use the response not status 500.json, and I would say message should be server error during file upload, and I would like to display the error message using error dot message. In the try block I will use same logic, but I will change few things. So where it is, give me a second, I need to get, give me a second, first one I save it, and let's take a look at that. The auth controller, no, this is upload to send message. This I think have a routes, yeah. In the routes have a profile, so the profile, update profile. So I'm going to use same logic that are used inside there, but I will change few things, so I will show you everything. Just I get that, and where is my message controller? Okay, here I need to paste all of the code, but I need to change it. So the first thing is you need to use sent ID. You need to destruct them and text from request.body, and then you need to use if not request.file is exist, then you need to use return response.status 400.json, and message should be no file provided. Then I will use same thing if sent ID is not exist. I would like to use same thing just like this, and I would like to change the text receipt ID is missing. Alright, then I need to get these details. So okay, after this one I need to get that detail, sender ID and targeted ID. After that you need to use, just a minute, I remove this one. After that you need to use let conversation, create a variable. By the way, when you write any name as you want, I'm going to use conversation await, then I will call conversation schema dot find one. Same thing, I'm going to use participant operator all, and in the array you need to use sender ID and targeted ID. Alright, and let's move on, and I would say if conversation does not exist, then I would say conversation await conversation schema that create participant participant sender ID and target ID, like this. Alright, and next one is I need to assign the file. So the file, in a second, I need to get that. This is very important for me. I'm going to remove it. Use const file URL and paste the path like this. Okay, but also I need to change few things inside there, which is host. After the host slash, after the slash you need to use uploads. By the way, I need to use slash uploads slash message, not message, messages slash and request dot file name. Okay, and yeah, so we are good to go to check it, but we need to also assign these details. So I'm going to use const new message await message.create conversation ID. What is this? Conversation ID. Assign the value which are conversation dot underscore ID, and we need to convert it into string. And let's use all of the details. Sender ID should be sender ID. Okay, and sender ID should be targeted ID. And text, if have a text, then display the text, otherwise display nothing. File URL should be file URL, and file type should be request.file.mime type. File name should be request.file.original name, like this. And we need to pass this one message, guys. We need to pass this one message. So I would say conversation.last message, and we need to assign the new message variable dot underscore ID, and conversation dot last message text should be text tiny after the dot trim, otherwise have a file. So we need to assign the file. Okay, yeah, cool. Await. Why this is happening? Await conversation dot serve. And last thing, we need to use 201 success true and message. I remove the message and just pass message like, where is the message? Okay, we need to pass new message like this one, guys. Alright, so let's take a look at that, how we can check it. So when I will upload the image will be stored inside the uploads and inside the profile. So I have two folders, profiles and have a profile. Okay, I will fix it. So I need to get this one data, paste on there, but I need to check the message routes post upload file. Upload, and yeah, upload. This is a post request. Yeah, perfect. And this is the file. So I just check, copy, select the select the body form data, and the key is file, type is file. So I upload the image. I upload the basically this one image and send the request. By the way, I don't need to send this one, just use messages. Let me check it. Messages, after the messages have not there, have messages, have uploads, not uploads, just upload. Okay, so I will choose upload. So send the request, no authorization token. Yeah, so I need to log in it, so just log in it, copy that and move on. The authorization barrier token, I need to paste it, send the request. Server connection failed, so something is wrong. /upload undefined message format, and yeah, have some issues inside there. So yeah, we're gonna fix it. Give me a second. Move on there. This is the user out, I don't need to use it. So this is the conversation, this is the upload. Okay, I will use it in the bottom after this one. So I think we are getting, not now. Message format is undefined. String value is upload. File. Message controller file. Okay guys, so the problem is inside the receipt ID and text we need to pass it. So I need to get it and we will pass it. This is a key receipt ID. I will get like this one. I'm gonna get it. I just check it, what's wrong with this. And the next one is text, so I use the text like this. So I pass the text hello. I just use hello, and let's see what you will get and what you are getting. Okay, one more thing I need to check it. I need to use post method. So conversation ID upload, okay, as a post, so I need to use post. So send the request. There we go guys, I'm getting the updated data with image, and yeah, so my image is updated. And now let's move on the profile, and I'm getting the image, 2 images. Yeah, let's remove the images. By the way, this is store inside the message, as you can see, because this is a chat based history. Okay, so I remove it, and one more time I'm going to try to upload it, send it, and let's take a look at that. As you can see, inside they have an image uploaded. Means this is a message. User will be upload the image or file, then the file will be stored inside the upload, inside the message, inside there. So let's take a look at that. To upload another image, like just remove it. So let's see, I have a text file like this one. So send the request. The text file is stored or sent one user to another user, and let me open it. As you can see, guys, okay, yeah, great. And we have seen there are no any error inside my console. So let's take a look at the database, and this is a message. By the way, I'm gonna refresh it. I have a lot of things. I have a lot of images, messages, as you can see. So yeah, so by default the first one have a no file URL, but in the next one have a file URL, file type, file name, and so on and so forth. In the conversation have only on hello. Okay, and yeah guys, I rearrange them because I use this one in the top, and yeah, so that's perfect. So guys, let's move on and we will work on the socket.io, and yeah, we will update my complete codes. But before moving on the codes, I need to set up the socket.io, and also I need to check it. So I need to move on our code editor, and I need to install the packages. cd server, I'm going to use npm install socket.io, and also I need to install npm codes, npm install codes, like this. So step 1, you need to move on the utilities folder and create a file socket and .js. I will create a just check it module.exports io, and I will say io.on connection, calling the function, passing the parameters socket, and I just use console.log. I would say socket.id, just use simple step. Right, then the next thing you need to do, move on the server.js file. Inside there you need to import. The first step is server. By the way, you need to destruct the server from require socket, and also you need to get, but I'm gonna leave it because I will update it on later. The next thing you need to get it is socket and socket as require utilities and file. One more thing I need to do, I need to create a HTTP request, so I need to import it. Alright, so after the connect DB, I'll create a server, HTTP create server, and passing the app variable which is coming from the top, and I would say const io new server, and I would say server variable. The next one I need to assign the course origin should be all. Alright, let's use socket and just pass the IO. And also you need to update your this one. So you need to use server.listen, and yeah, so we are good to go to check it's working or not when we will get the message inside the console. So I'm gonna send the new request socket.io, and I'll get the URL, select the socket.io, just paste 5000. I think I need to use the post. I'm getting connected, and inside the postman I'm getting the ID, as you can see. But when I will send another request, give me a second. I also connect this one. This is connected. Also I send another request. Both are connected. I'm getting two different IDs, as you can see on my console. Yeah, great. Let's move on and add for the more advanced setup inside our socket handler. So I'm gonna remove it. So the first step is I need to get this one ID, and we will store the ID in the variable. So I would say const user ID from socket that I would say user ID. Alright, then I would say if user ID is exists, then come into the if body. In the if body I would say if not. By the way, I also get user online's new map function. I will use this one variable to check how many users is online or not. So this is our first step. In the first step I need to check online users is online with user ID like this. Then I would say user online user dot set the user ID, and also I need to assign this new set function. By the way, I need to use this. Alright, so yeah, I need to remove this one, and I think why this is happening. Give me a second. Give me a second, I get the same code. Paste it. Why this is happening? Okay, one more time I'm gonna try it. As user ID. Then I'll say online users. That's it. Let's continue to use. I'm getting issue. I don't know where is mistake. So okay, here is another mistake, guys. So let's say user onlines not get the IDs which coming from the user ID variable, and I need to add socket.id. Alright, also I need to use io.emit. This is the built-in function in the socket.io, and assign the name get online users. After that I need to say array.from, and I would say online users that key like this. Then when you will use, first I need to save it, and let's see. Yeah, I'm getting perfect result in the console. Alright, console.log, let's say user ID connected online, and let's say online users. size. Okay, so this is the if statement. When this function will be executed, then we will get the result. So I just try to, I'm getting connected and I do not see any result inside there because I need to pass few parameter inside this one function. I also mentioned the logic inside that, but before moving on the logic, another logic, I need to create another socket IO to send the request, like send the message request, and also we will disconnect it. Okay, then we will work on the server.js file. Alright, so I'm going to create a socket. So this time I'm going to target this one parameter because I'm inside the function, like this, where this is. Give me a second. Okay, I need to cut it and move on inside there because I need to target that. So I would say socket.io and send message function. I need to pass the data, and the data you need to use const receiver sockets and target your online users that get, and I would say recipient ID. If this will be true, then comment the if body, and I also mentioned the same thing, dot for each loop, passing the ID, and then I will share few function. Basically I will add the function which is io.to, means one user to send another user message using ID, and I will call the emit function. In there I need to use get message function, and inside there I need to pass sender ID, the key, the value is user ID, and also the text should be coming from the data.text. The data is passing inside the parameter, so I'm going to save the file. Alright, when I will call this one, the next one, I will pass the parameter as a data. This data will be used to get the text. Okay, but another important thing is to check the how many users are online or not. So this is a simple if statement, if also statement is there. So this is inside there. So yeah, so let's move on, and one more function I will create. Give me a second. This send message. After this one I will create another function. So this is a disconnect function. Without passing any parameter, remove it and just check user ID and online users exist. Then give me a second, I remove this one. Then I would say users socket online users that get, and passing the user ID variable. Then I would say user socket, and we need to call the delete function and passing the values socket.id. Also I need to use if user sockets dot size have a 0, then also I need to use online users should be delete and passing the user ID variable like this. Okay, after the if statement you need to target io.emit function and use get online users, calling the array, not array from, and passing the online users.keys function. Last and final step, you need to use console.log and target socket disconnected and just use online online users size. Okay, there we go. And let's try one more time. I'm gonna connect it. I'm able to see connected, but inside they have some mistakes. So yeah, I'm gonna save the file and let's see. Yeah, connected, but when I log in, not log in, but when I connect it, I'm getting connected and my application has crashed. Line number 15. So let's take a look at that socket. Not a function. Okay, cool. I need to use on. Okay, and this is also on. Let's try one more time. Connect. Yeah, I do not see any error inside the terminal. Means this logic is perfect to get how many users is online, and you can use the send message disconnect to send the message one user to another user. But also we need to work on the server.js file to add the simple logic inside there. So let's use simple step on there. I'm going to use io.use and passing the socket and next middleware function. The first step you need to use const token, which coming from the socket.handshake.auth.token. Alright, then if the token is not exist, then I would say return next and display the error. Whatever the text you will write on there, I'm going to use auth error. We need to import the JWT to check our token is verified or not. So I'm going to get it JSON web token package. So I would say jwt.verify passing the parameters of token. The next one I need to use process.env.jwt underscore secret, and also I need to pass two parameters. First one is error, the next one is decoded. If have any error, then just return and call the next new another token. Okay, otherwise I need to say socket dot user ID and assign the decoded dot ID. Okay, yeah, and last and final step you need to use next. But yeah, so I think we are good to go to check it. So let's connect it. I'm getting the error which is could not connect the so because it will get process.env By the way, I also do not get any data, so I'm going to cut it and let's try one more time because I need to pass the values inside there to get the result. Yeah, I'm getting. Okay, guys, problem is authentication, so I'm going to change it to use params. Okay, then I will pass as the parameters. So I think we are first I need to get the token like this one. I need to get it token, move on the params. I need to pass the token on there and the key is token. Alright, when you will send the request, okay, I need to use /sign. I think why I'm doing, just a minute, socket params. Give me a second, guys. I need to use query. Okay, so let's try to remove this one. Why this is happening? Okay, token on there, and this. There we go, guys. I'm getting the success message connected, and let's look at that. Yeah, guys, I'm getting the user. This is the ID connected online, and how many users is connected? 1. Means our socket.io is successfully configured our application. Cool. So guys, finally we need to set up our front-end project, but before moving on it, I need to set up few things inside this one page, inside the app.js page. Reason for using it, because I need to make a communication between our React app and our Node.js app. So I need to use course, and also I need to use the path, and I will show you how you can use it. So the course is used to make a communication between React and Node.js, and you need to use app.use and course function. After that, you need to target your particular folder which have a data like images. So in order to get the data from this folder, you need to assign the app.use folder name /prods/ comma express.static, and select the path .join and /prods. That's it, guys, for the backend, and let's move on the front end. But before moving on the front end logic, I will design the complete application. Once I will design it, then we're gonna move on the logics. Alright, so I'm gonna close it and let's design the complete front end application. So guys, after designing the complete application, we need to use the logic. So in order to use the logic, I need to install the packages, and we will work on it to manage our application. So I need to move on the terminal, cd client npm install react router DOM, and I need to get socket.io -client. Also I need to install Axios. So these are packages that I need to set up our frontend. So I'm going to close this one, and I will create a folder. Inside there is services. Right, in the services I need to create a file api.js. In the api.js I need to get the data from the API, and we will store the data inside our URL. So inside our variables, or whatever you call it. So I'm going to import the Axios from Axios, and then I need to add it. By the way, I need to call API URL. My complete URL is http://localhost:5000/API, and I would say const API Axios.create. My base URL is my API URL. The next one I would say headers. The content type should be application/JSON. Alright, and also I need to use timeout 30,000. Alright. So I will use this one API to get the data from the API URL. So let's do that. I would say export const register user data. Inside there I need to use api.post auth/register, and I need to pass user data value. Then I would say then response.data, like this. So I need to move on our page register, because I need to work on the register. But before moving on it, I need to give me a second. app.js, I need to uncomment the register page, just display the register data. Alright, so but also I'm going to change it to use a wait, and this is a sync function. Right, so a sync. So I don't need to use this one, just like this. Alright, but yeah, so let's move on the register page. In the register page you need to use farm data, set farm data, use the stat, and as object-based value I would say email is nothing, password nothing, and what is the next one? Phone number. I think have a name, so yeah, I will use this one, then I will update it. Okay, so I'm going to save the file, and let's email, phone number, and password. Yeah, but in my database, let's refresh it. Okay, I have removed all of the things. Okay, don't worry. Alright, so I have a farm data state, set farm data function. Then the next one is I would like to use navigate function, which is coming from the React router DOM. Navigate, use navigate. Then I need to call the function which is store the data in the database. So I would say const handle submit. And this is a sync function e. Right, So I would say e.prevent default, and I need to get import register from services.api, this one file. I need to call this one function like this one from this one file, okay, and I will use it inside there. And let's see how we can use it. It's a try catch error. So I would say alert dot response data dot msg whole file. Alright, so inside this one I would say await just use await, and then let's say register. No, give me a second. I call the register function. Inside that I need to pass the form data like this one, and I would use the register in the console if have any error, so we will see in the console. So yeah, so that's it for this. So I just copy it and I need to find the form. In the form I need to change a few things, which is the first one is on change event. When the event will be executed, then I need to get the data from there, and we need to store the data in the set form data as object base. Make a copy of the form data, use comma and target email column name. The value is coming from e.target.value. Alright, and yeah, that's perfect. Same thing I'm gonna do, copy, and I'm gonna paste on there. This is a what? The next one is a phone number, so let's say phone number e.target.value. Copy and paste on there. This will be password. So just change it as a password, and yeah, so I do not see any other information. And this is the anchor link, but I need to change it to use a link which is React router DOM. So inside the href I need to use 2, and that will be /login, right? So let's move on the top, and we're gonna check. Okay, link is a navigate. I do not use a navigate. Give me a second. Give me a second. I will use it inside there, but before using it I just check the data is coming or not. So I need to open the console. Where is the mistake? So use navigate. Register one. Where is the mistake? Register.jsx 13, like there. Okay, I'll leave it this time, just check it. So I'm gonna refresh my page and let's see what's wrong with this. Link is coming. Why this is happening? Let's remove the link also, because I just check it, guys, and I also remove this one. I'll use command. I just check the data is coming or not from the backend, and I'm gonna use admin. Okay, registration failed. I need to 5000 API auth register. So let's take a look at that. Okay, strict cross margin. So the problem is coming from the cross origin means course. Okay, let's add the one more field, and also give me a second. Also, I need to move on there, and I will fix it because I will make it as a simple, guys. Const register const. I will use response data. Then I would say return response data. Right? Yeah, cool. Inside there, I need to add one more field. So this is, give me a second, admin. So I'm gonna make a copy, paste on there, use the user, and this is type text, username, and this is the username. Let's say e.target.value. So I would copy it and move on the top. And this is my first one, right? So yeah, I think we are getting the data. But before getting the data, let's try it. I'll use john@gmail.com. My random password, my random. Yeah, guys, I'm getting the data, but I'm also getting the issue from the server. So let's fix. And okay, const response. Let's say await, calling the register, and found data. Then let's see in the console. Let me just, and I would say response like this. Let's take a look at that. I'm gonna refresh it. john@gmail.com. So something is wrong, guys, inside the Axios, inside my front end. So I will fix it inside my backend, guys. Okay, guys, the problem is inside my backend, so I need to move on. So.js. So I use that is also, but I'm gonna use it 5000, and yeah, so I'm gonna close this on my backend file, and I'm gonna refresh it. Let's try to use it. Admin gmail.com 1234561234556. Hit register, and let's take a look at the database. Yeah, guys, I'm getting the data. The data is coming from the front end, and we have stored the data in the database, right? But I'm able to see everything is the default, but we're gonna work on it, guys. We will move it to use one page to another page. Okay, so let's move on and we will work on it. So inside that, I need to use the navigate. By the way, I'm getting issue when this is a use navigate. Why I'm facing issue? Let's take a look at that. React.js is installed. Yeah, so let's try one more time and let's see what's happened. Console, not console, const navigate, use navigate like this. Okay, Let me save it and let's see. Yeah, I'm getting error from the navigate. Okay, the reason for getting error in the navigate because I need to fix the issues in my this one file, because I need to set up the React router DOM on there. Okay, but right now I'm gonna leave it and just use dummy data. After that, when the data have stored in the database, then I would say I would like to clean the form, means clear everything by default. So I would say set form data but I don't need to use this one. If I would like to display some data, so I can use it, but I'm going to use it set form data as object base. So same thing I'm going to pass in like this. So let's try one more time. So yeah, I'm going to refresh it. I stored which data I have stored, admin. So let's try to use one more, john@gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. The next record has been stored, but I need to clean the state. Why this is not working? Okay, I will try to use const response. If response is true, then I would say like this. So yeah guys, this is another issue that I'm facing it, but I will fix it. So I'm going to close it, move on the browser, send the request, refresh page. Yeah, john@gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6, send the request. Okay, the record has been stored, but I'm facing issue to clean the form. Okay, I don't know why this is not working. Type text, username, email, phone number and password. These are same fields. Username, email, email. Okay, I can't see the name field, guys. This is another problem. So yeah, that's a problem. Okay, so let's fix it, because this is, I think, name column. So let's try to use this one as a name, email, password and phone number. Alright, so update it, and also I need to update this one as well. This is the name. So yeah, so let's try one more time. I'm going to use john@gmail.com, send the request, refresh your page. Yeah guys, I'm getting the name, but I'm able to see everything as a default is up here. I do not see any changes inside the input fields. So yeah guys, we're gonna fix it in a minute, because I will redirect the user one page to another page. Okay, so guys, let's move on, and we're gonna work on the context API. Reason for using context API, because I need to get the data from the local storage. When user will store the record in the database, we are also storing the data in the application in the local host, and I'm getting the data. As you can see, this is a user this is a key and the data is my complete detail, and this is my token. So I need to get both details and we will store it inside our states. Then we're gonna work on it, and we will work on the also React router DOM. Then we will able to use our context, links, and manage all of the pages. So what I'm gonna do on there, I will create a folder context. Inside the context, I will create a file auth context.js. Inside this one file, you need to use export const auth context. Create a context, create a function export const auth provider, passing the values children, calling the function, make a states user set user state, okay, and token set token. I need to get the token from local storage.getItem, the token name or key name, which is token, like this one. So I need to store it inside the token state. Alright. Otherwise, if the token is not exist, then this state will get null value. Then I'll say loading set loading. By default, it will be true. And when the page will be loaded, so I will use effect hook. Inside this use effect, I need to get the saved user from local storage.getItem, the name of the key, which is user. In the user have all of the details like name, email, last seen, files, online, and so password, and so on and so forth. Alright, so I need to get the user. The next one is I will get the token. Then I would say if saved user and saved user is not equal to undefined, and saved token is exist, then come into the if body, and I would say set user. I need to store the data in the state, which is JSON that parse and saved user. Saved user. And also I need to target set token state. In there I need to pass the set token. Outside of the curly bracket, you need to target set loading should be false. That's it. Alright. Then we need to create a function which I'll use to handle the login. Okay. So const login user data user token. So I'll say local storage.setItem. When user will log in the account, then I will create a token name. In the local storage, the data will be coming from the user data. And also I need to say local storage.set. Inside this one I need to pass the token, because I've used the token. Inside there I need to use user. Then I need to pass the JSON.parse, not parse, stringify, because I need to store the data. Alright, so stringify user data. Then I will call this one function. I need to pass the two parameters, user data, user token. Alright, and also I need to use set user user data. set token, and I will say set, that's it, user token. Okay, that's perfect. And also I need to create a last function which I use to log out the user. When user log in the account, then I need to add the access who will be able to log out the account. So let's create a function logout, and this will be very simple. Just use local storage dot remove item, which one, token, make a copy, and this will be user. And also I need to use set user should be null, set token should be null. Okay, and also I will redirect the user one page to another page, which is window.location dot not location href, and my page name is /login. Alright, so yeah, I need to use logout. Okay, after this I need to call return auth context, Okay, I use the small, but I need to use large, so just copy paste dot provider, and between them I need to use loading is not false, basically false. I need to display the children, and inside that I need to pass the value. In the value I pass user, set user, token, set token, and login, logout, and also loading. So I will use this one auth context to manage the application. Okay, so let's take a look at that app.jsx, and I'm gonna basically I will remove all of the things, just show you everything from scratch. Alright, so step one, you need to use routes. Okay, yeah, the routes. In the routes you need to use a route. Okay, this is the route. In the route you need to use assign the path. The path should be /login. The element I'm gonna save the file. I need to import the routes from React router DOM, and yeah, route also. Great, then we are able to use them. So in the element I would like to use curly brackets, and at target I need to get the data from there. I need to target the user from use context, and inside there I need to pass auth context. Okay, so the auth context have a user, so I need to check if the user is exist. So then, by the way, I use not, then who will move on the login component, otherwise who will navigate where, who will navigate with also my main page. So I'm going to save the file, and let's take a look at that. I'm going to refresh page. Use context undefined. Give me a second. Why this auth context? refresh it undefined route. Okay, the route is used inside there, guys. I need to remove this one. Okay, I'm also getting the problem inside. So the routes React.js. Where is the mistake? Let me check it. Context. I'm so sorry, guys. The problem is I need to bind the React.js inside this one page, then we will able to use it. Okay, so I'm going to use import browser router from React.js, and also I need to use import auth provider from context API. And last and final thing I also mentioned it is socket.io, because I don't need to use it. No, I'll use it on later. Okay, so this is strict mode, and after this strict mode I will use browser router. Inside the browser router I will use auth provider, and the auth provider I will paste that. Then I'm getting the function issue. Okay, so I will fix it. Get is another function. Okay, here is another mistake, so I'm going to fix it. And I'm getting my home page, but right now in the home page you can't see any data. So I'm going to move on this one page and comment, not uncomment, I just comment and comment. And yeah, so we need to use, first I'm going to save it and let's take a look at that. Yeah, perfect. So in the login page I need to use element. The element should be, if the user is not, then who will remove on the login page, a login component, by the way. Otherwise who will be navigate where, who will be navigate with to page. Okay, so element, I need to remove this one, will be navigate on this one page. Also I need to remove it. Why this curly bracket is, this is around this. Give me a second. User is okay, that's perfect. I just cut it and save it. Yeah, so no route is exist in this one page. Yeah, so let's move on and we will work on it. So this will be register, and this is the register component. And the register component, by the way, I will use navigate like this. This is my mistake. Okay, when navigate to login page, so it is perfect. So I'm going to save the file and let's refresh it. Okay, and this will be also move on where, login page, not login, yeah, login page. Element user is exist. Okay, our main pages is, the main page path should be this one page, and inside this one I would say user is exist, then who will move on the home component, and if not, then who will move on the login page. Okay, I'll use this one as a home page. Alright, I'll save the file and take a look at that, guys. So let's move on and we will fix it step by step. Alright, let's make a copy and path. This will be profile. Okay, and user is the exist, then move on the profile. In the profile have a navigate and slash to login. Yeah, great. So why I'm moving on this page? Because in the application have details. When you will remove the details like this one, I'm going to refresh it, I'm able to see my login page. I hope you understood as well all about it. When I refresh it, I can't see anything. When I use home, I can't see the home page, means I can't see the chat room. Alright, so guys, let's move on and we're gonna work on the login page. And before moving on the login page, I also mentioned this will be login page. When user will access any other page, then who will redirect on this one page. So I'm going to save the file and let's try to access the home page. Why this is happening? If user, okay, also I need to use not user. Let me type this one. Top this one page. No. By the way, I will use it by default. Means user can't see any data inside this one page. If the user is logged in the account, then who will be able to see everything. Okay. Alright, so let's try to access it. I'm able to see the login page. Okay, cool. So I need to move on there and make a copy. Just change it into a login, and this will be also login. The next one is I need to move on the pages and login page. In the login page, you need to get the data. So yeah, I'm going to show you. You need to use farm data like this, and assigned by default data is nothing. Then you need to get login from use context. Okay, and use navigate. Okay, so this is the function which are stored inside there. Inside this one function, we will able to access the user token, and we will update it when user log in the account. And I will show you all the logics which are used on there, but I'm going to use manually. So let's try to use it. Const handle submit async e.prevent default. Our set is okay. Also I mentioned state const is submitting, set is submitting. By default it will be false. So I'm going to use is submitting should be true. Then try catch error. In the error, I need to use alert error.message, or I would say invalid email or password, whatever you are call on there. I'm going to also mention it console.error login error returns, and I would say error like this. In the try block, you need to use const data call the update, and you need to get the login function, guys, like this one. By the way, this is a login, so I will replace it into a login API. So let's do that. I'm gonna use login as login API from services/API. So this time I'm going to use it login API. Inside that I need to pass the farm data, and once you get the farm data, then you need to update your local storage. In the local storage you need to use login function, which is coming from the context API. Inside that you need to update the user and data.token. Okay, and also you will navigate the user homepage. That's it. Copy it. And why I'm facing issues. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna copy that function and use on submit. I'll paste on there. And also I need to use on change event and get the data. So yeah, so I'm going to use on change event set farm data, make a copy of the farm data, and passing the ML e.target.value. And also I need to add the attribute should be disabled when user login the account is submitting. Alright, so make a copy and I'm going to paste on there. This will be password, just like this, and also I will use the disable, this one. So yeah, also I'm going to mention on this disable on submit event, the event is not this one event, I will use it, but inside the sign in I will use the conditional based. So I would say is submitting is true, then display the loader true, loader true icon. Otherwise I need to display this one text just like this, but this is a fragment. I will use it because inside that I'm gonna use span tag and call sign in, and also sign. Also I'm gonna use span, not a span, login icon, and size should be 18. So yeah, and I would like to change it into link. This is 2. This will be register page. Okay, service is api.js module.export. so yeah, so some issues inside. Just a minute, I will use API copy and just use it. Okay, services, yeah, it's perfect. So let's refresh the page. Use context is not defined. Login, okay, this is a state. Okay, I need to import it. Let's refresh it. link is not defined here, so let's try to import the link from React auto. Okay, cool, I'm getting the result. So let's try to use john@gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6 here. Login API is not defined. Let's move on the application, and we are getting let's take a look at the register page and let's see what's. I'm gonna make a copy, just change it to login API. So let's start. Why this is happening? API.js login 96. I'm gonna sync. Export name. Yeah, so yeah guys, I'm getting the result. john@gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. I can't read undefined user. We are getting the request from the login page, but yeah, so I think something is wrong. This is the email, this is the password, and let's move on the top and let's take a look at that application. Give me a second. I will fix it. So guys, everything is perfect, but I don't know why this is giving me problems. Give me a second, I check it. Data. $26. Let's remove it. Undefined. I'm getting undefined result, but I need to check the application. Guys, I need to move on there. Let's take a look at that. This one. This is auth context here. Okay guys, I need to use update because this is a sync function, also this is a sync as well, so I think we are good to go. Yeah guys, I'm able to see my details inside this one page, but I am able to see login page. Okay, so let's fix it. So the problem is I do not use the update, so I think we need to set a bit. So this is a home page. When user login the account, who will be redirected on there, and why this is twice. Okay, application, I'm getting the data, but when I refresh it, so let's try one more time. John.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. Once I log in it, why I'm moving on this one page? If the user is exist, then who will be able to see the home page, not the login page? So let's fix it by moving on there, and okay, here. So refresh it. John gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. Why I'm moving on the login page, guys? This is login when user logs in /home page. Navigate to register. Okay, I'll use this one page. Yeah guys, there we go. So let's remove it and refresh the page. I'm able to see login page. I'm gonna use john@gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. I am able to see my home page. Alright, cool. So guys, let's move on, and we're gonna create multiple functions that will get the data, like user data, messages, update profile, and so on. Then we're gonna implement these functions inside the home page. So I need to move on the API page. In there, I just get it, login API 2. I need to update it as a update profile, and this will be data, and this will be method should be put, that will be users /profile. I need to pass the data on there. Okay, cool. So this function is used to update the profile, but when I will call it, then we will get the data. Also I need to update it to get all users. I don't need to pass any data or any parameter inside there. And this is my URL, and I don't need to pass anything else inside there. Just like this. Change the method should be get, and this will give us the complete users data. Copy and paste it. Change the function name, get conversation messages, and this will get the ID. So I'm gonna get the ID. Basically I'm gonna pass the ID, recipient ID, and this will be get method. But inside this one URL I will use literal template /messages/ID, which coming from the parameter. And yeah, that's it. Copy it, paste it, and let's use the send message, and this will be message data. My URL is messages/send, and yeah, that's it. User profile. So this message, I need to pass it. This is the send message, so I need to use post method. Copy, paste. This is the last one, which I use to upload the image or file. Let's say file data and post. This is the messages. After the messages, I would say upload. After the upload, you need to pass the form data parameter. After that, you need to assign the headers, because you need to pass the content type should be multi-part form data. Okay, so I would say content type multi-part form data. Right, so those are functions which are getting the data from the API and store the data in the variable which is response.data. When I will call the function like upload file or send message, I will get the data, but we need to pass the values. Like when I will send the message, I need to pass the send message value. So that's it guys for this one, but I would say form data. And also we need to get the data. Which data? This one data, like user token, user data. So I will create a function inside this one file, and I will show you how you can get that. You need to use api.interceptor.request and .use. In the use, you need to pass the parameter which is config. Create a variable const token, and you need to get the data, local storage cat item, the name of the field which is token, and you need to use if token is exist. Then I would say config.headers.authorization, and we need to authorize the barrier token which is coming from the parameter. Okay, and last one, you need to use config. One more thing you need to do, you need to handle the errors. If you face the problem to get the token or any other issue to get the data from the local storage, you need to set up it. So in order to set up it, I'm going to create a function. Basically, I'm going to call the API interceptors response.use, and I'm going to pass it as a response and get the response. After that, I need to use comma. Once again, I use function and passing the error. Then I would say if error dot response tiny.status have 401, then comment to the if body. I would say local storage dot remove items, which one, token, and also I need to make a copy and also need to remove the user. And if window dot the location dot path name dot includes have a login, then user will be redirect on this one page. So I would say window dot location dot href slash login page. Alright, if we do not face any error, okay, so give me a second. If we do not face any error, so I need to display message error dot response data dot msg. Okay, I'm going to use msg. a copy like this, paste it, or I would say server connection file. Last thing you need to use return promise dot reject and passing the message and also original error should be error. Alright, that's it guys. So I need to check my complete codes because it is very important file to get the data from API. If we have any error, so we're gonna fix it, then we're gonna move on in the next step. Alright, so now we're gonna move on. And yeah, original error, yeah, perfect. So messages senders empty ID, yeah, cool. The last one is messages upload, content type multi-part. Okay, here is another mistake guys, so I need to fix it using multi-part. Okay, cool. So let's move on and we will create a file which is socket.js and we're gonna work on it to configure it guys. So I need to import IO from socket.io client and we need to get the socket URL. The URL is like this, 5000, and we're gonna use const socket io.socket URL, and I need to pass as the object value auto, give me a second, auto connect should be false. Then I need to create a function which are used to connect and disconnect the socket IO. So in order to create the function, you need to use export const connect socket. I need to pass two parameters. First one is the user, the second one is the token. And I would say if that socket dot connected is false, then come into the if body. In the if body, I would say socket.io.opts.query. So I would say user ID. I need to get the ID from user.id. Otherwise, I need to get the user._id. Outside of this one, I would say socket.auth, get the token, and we will use socket.connect method. Alright, the next one is, give me a second, I need to check it. This will be there, yeah. So yeah, I will create a next function which are used const disconnect socket, and I would say if socket dot connected is true, then I would say socket dot disconnected function. That's it guys. And I would say export default socket. Alright, so yeah, that's it for this one file, and we're gonna save this one file. Also, I think we did not see any error when I refresh the page. Yeah, great. So I need to configure the socket IO in my main.js file. Okay. But also we need to create a socket context file. Then I will work on the guys home page. Socket context Node.js X. So in the socket.js X means context API, you need to use exports. You need to create a context socket context. Create a context, assign the value by default is none. Then you will use export function socket provider, passing the values children, and I will destruct the value from auth context. So inside there you have a values like user and also token. So I need to get these values using just use why this error is happening. I would say user and token from use context, and I need to pass auth context, which is coming from this one file. Okay, inside this one file I have a values like token and users. Why this export function? Okay, cool. The next one I need to use, basically I need to create a state which is connected, and I would say set is connected. By default I need to pass the value in the use state should be socket. Basically I need to get the socket and I need to use connect socket and disconnect socket from services socket. Okay, connect socket and disconnect socket. So let's take a look at that. Connect socket, disconnect. So I need to get these functions, so I'm gonna get it and I'm gonna paste it, because if I face any problem, so get the issue. Okay, where is the mistake in my create a context? Okay, I need to use export. Yeah, so we are good to go, and I'm gonna pass it to socket like this one. Inside it have a connected method. The next thing you need to use const online users, set online users. I would say set state by default is empty. Then when use effect or page will be load, so I will use effect. Inside that I need to check if the user is exist and token is exist, then come into the body and call the connect socket. Inside that you need to pass user and token. Cool. Outside of the if statement, not if, outside of the if statement. Okay, but in the dependency, right, you need to pass user and token. When both values will be changed, then this effect code will be executed. All right, then I would say socket.io connect, and when the socket will be connect, I would like to use set is connected should be true, and make a copy. This will be false when socket.io is disconnect. Okay, let's move on, and I would say socket.io get online users. Same name you need to use on there which you have used to create a socket.io in the backend. Alright, then I would say users, set online users, and I would say users. I will create a guys complete functions or helper functions, APIs. Then I will work on only on the home page, and we will get the data from there, and we need to display the data inside of the home page. And also we will use the logic inside the home page because we are getting complete data from there. Like we need to get the data like this one functions and how many users is online or not, so I will get the data from there. And yeah, so we're gonna use it socket.io. Last and final thing, you need to use return, and you need to use socket.auth get online users, make multiple copies, connect, and this will be disconnect. And last, you need to call disconnect function, and yeah, that's it. Outside of this one, you need to use return socket connect socket context dot provider and assign the value. The value should be socket online users and is connected. Alright, between them you need to pass children. That's it guys, this is your socket context file. And the last and final thing, you need to use the socket context inside your main file. Reason for using it, because you will use the socket.io anywhere inside your file. Means you can use it inside the login page, inside the profile page, inside the home page, and where you will use it, so you need to pass it inside there. So I'm gonna cut it, just use socket provider, just paste it. Where is my, give me a second, like this. I'm gonna save the file and let's see if I have any error, so we're gonna fix it. So it's take a time, I think. Yeah, so we have many issues, so let's fix it. Socket.io is another function in the socket context JSX24. Socket.io 24. Okay, I think this is on function, so I used IO, so I can use on. And yeah, so I think yeah, we are good to go to use them. Alright guys, so guys, I'm gonna close all of the tabs and we will move on this one page, home.js, because I need to implement all of the things. So the first step I'm gonna use in default avatar. Here is my URL. Then I need to create a states and also data which are coming from the APIs and also context, like auth context and socket context. So let's do that. User logout from use context, and inside there I need to pass auth context, right? And also I need to get the socket and online users from use context, and inside that I need to pass socket context. Okay, I think I need to check it. Socket online users, socket context. Okay, I need to import that, and this will be socket context from socket context. So I need to get it and I'm gonna pass on there. Then create a variable navigate and assign the use navigate, which are coming from React Outer DOM to redirect the user one page to another page. So I'm going to create multiple states, and yeah, so let's do this. So I have made many states that have users, selected users, messages, input, loading, search query. Let's create another use ref which are used to handle the scroll and also file upload. So I'm going to use scroll ref, and I'm going to use ref const file input ref use ref, like this. And then I need to create a helper function which are used to display the date. Okay, so I also mentioned the command that helper timestamp, and I would say if timestamp is not exist or not, you can also say that false, and I just use just now const create a date new date function. Inside that I'm going to pass the timestamp parameter. Otherwise I need to get is not a number date.get time function. Alright, if this is the true, I just display the just now. Otherwise I need to display that date function to local time string. Inside the first parameter you need to pass in array. The second parameter you need to pass is hours in 2-digit, and the minutes also have a 2-digit. Alright, so this helper function is used to display the time. Okay, and now the next function I will create it, which is search the user. So I would say const filter users. I'll use memo. Okay, and also it is dependency based. So in the dependency base I would pass users state, which is coming from the top. If the user is changed, also the search query. Okay, search query, guys, where it is. Okay, yeah, search query is changed, then this use memo will be used. Okay, so inside that I'm going to use return users.filter, passing the parameter, and I will get u.name tiny operator dot to lowercase dot includes search query, and the next one I need to convert it into lowercase function. Okay, so this is a function which are used to search the record. Let's move on, and then we're gonna get the data. Give me a second, I need to use not const use effect, when the effect will be used, means page will be load, I would like to call, give me a second, create a fetch user function inside the use effect. The function is async, and inside that I'm going to pass try catch if I have any error. So I will get the error inside the console.error, user fetch error, and I would say error.message. In the try block you need to use await get all users, which is coming from the API. So let me show you on the top. Here, get all users, services, API. In the services folder have an API. In the API folder have a function which are used to get the data from the API. Alright, then I would say set user function and passing the data. Outside of this one function, this is starting, this is closing. Outside of there you need to pass it to call the function when the page will be load. Alright, then the next thing you need to do, you need to fetch the chat history. Okay, I also mentioned the comment fetch users, and I will create all of the functions, then I will implement on my this one page. Alright, so it is a similar function, so but inside that I need to pass the dependency array is empty. So yeah, so I'm gonna get it and paste on there. So this will be used to fetch history, and so I would say if selected state is not true, inside that have a underscore ID, also I mention the tiny operator, then just return. And also I need to use set loading state should be true, otherwise come into the try block. In the try block you need to get the data which are coming from get conversation message. Inside that you need to pass selected user dot underscore ID. Okay, so this is selected user is state which are stored on the top. When I will call the function like this one, set selected users, I will store the data, and I will show you how you can store the data. Alright, then I would say set message function, and I need to pass the data which is coming from this one function. Alright, so yeah, also I'm gonna use it finally is set loading should be false, and in there I would say set message should be nothing, and also I need to copy the paste on there. In the dependency array you need to pass selected users. When the selected user will be changed, then this use effect will be executed. Cool, let's move on. And this is a filter users, this is a chat history. Chat history. So let's move on. So the next one is I need to create a real-time messages, real-time message. So same thing, I'm going to use effect. In the dependency array I will pass socket, notice socket, selected users, and also simple user. Inside this one curly bracket I need to use if the socket is not exist, then just return. Otherwise I need to get the message, not message, I need to create a handle message function passing the data, and I would say is const is from selected. So I would say selected user underscore id is matched with data.sender id once is from me data.sender id is matched with user.id or user.underscore id. So these are data which are coming from the backend. In the data, when I will call the function, I need to pass the API data. So yeah, means token and user data. Okay, let's move on, and I would say is format selected is exist or is from me is true. Come into the, I would say, set message function, passing the parameter, make a copy of the previous, and you need to pass the data which are coming from this one parameter. Alright, outside of the if statement, okay, so this not outside of the if statement, outside of this one handle function, you need to use socket.on and call the get message, and you need to pass this one function. Alright, and also you need to clean the function by using return, and you need to target socket.off get message, same thing you can do on there. That's it. So this real-time message will be used to send and receive the message. Alright, let's move on, and we're going to create another function which are used to send the text message one user to another user, and also user will be able to upload or share the image file one user to another user. So I'm going to create write the command send text message. So I would say const handle send async, and I would say if not input dot trim or selected users, just return. Otherwise I would say try catch error console.error, and inside there I need to use send error.message. And yeah, so in the try block you need to get the data. The data is coming from await send message. This is a function which are stored inside the API. Inside that you need to pass as object based value, which is sent id is a key. The value is selected users dot underscore id comma, and text should be input. Okay, cool. Outside of the data you need to use socket.emit and call the send message is object based, and same thing you can do on there, send to id, which is selected user dot underscore id, and make a copy of the data which are coming from there. Okay, cool. Let's move on, and I would say send message function. Basically this is a state function, right? Inside that I will call make a copy, give me a second, make a copy of the previous, and I would say data. Last thing you need to use set input function, nothing. Cool. This function is used to send the message or send the text with one user to another user. And finally I need to work on the file sharing function. Alright, so let's do the handle change. I need to get the file from e.target. I will assign these data in my input field, so I will show you step by step each process. Alright, target.files and the index number 0. If file it not exist or selected user is not exist, then just return. I would say set loading should be true. And the next one is I will create a form data from new form data function. Okay, and this is the built-in form data which is stored inside the React. So I will use it. I would say form data dot append file and the data which is coming from the file. And also I need to make a copy append that is sent ID like this one, let's say. And the data is what data? File sent ID. Okay, selected user dot underscore ID. And I would say if input is exist, then form data dot append text, the data is input. Okay, cool. Let's move on and try to call the function which handle the message. File upload sharing system, guys. Alright, so in there, so I would say upload failed in the try block, and yeah, I'm gonna use message. In the final block, I would say set uploading. I will not create it. Let's move on the top. Let me check. Okay, I need to create a step which is uploading set uploading. Alright, by default is use state false. Set uploading. Okay, cool. Let's move on inside the final block. Okay, in there I would say set uploading should be false. Target.value should be null. Alright, in the try block you need to use all of the logic which is data, and you need to get the function from upload user. What is the name of this one? Give me a second. Upload file. Okay, so yeah, I need to get it, and inside that you need to pass the value. The value is coming from form data. Okay, then I would say socket.emit send message function. Same thing I'm going to use on there. I need to get sent ID like this one, and selected users dot underscore ID. Okay, and last thing, you need to make a copy of the data which are coming from this one. Alright guys, so yeah. Okay guys, so let's move on our browser and I'm going to refresh the page. Okay, we are getting the line number 55. So let's take a look at that. 55 users.filter. Okay, give me a second, I just commented because this is search based, and let's take a look at it. Yeah, there are no any other errors. Okay, I will fix it in a minute. I will set up my this process, this code. Reason for fixing it because I need to display some data inside my page. Alright, so yeah, so first one is this one. I would say selected user is exist, then I would say translate x/full. Otherwise I need to use in the medium screen size translate x, so I need to use translate if selected user is exist, then okay, and the medium screen size I would say. Otherwise I need to get translate x0. Okay, negative translate in the medium screen size translate x0 translate. Yeah, so let's take a look at that. I'm going to refresh the page. So you will change everything, my complete dashboard. So I will fix it step by step. Okay, so this is the image profile path. So inside that I would say user state dot profile pic on default avatar. I'm gonna save the file and I'm getting the image. Alright, cool. And the next one, okay, also I need to add on error, and inside that I need to use handle error. I think I did not create the handle error function. Okay, I will leave it and I will check it on later. Okay, let's move on. And this is a spandex, so inside that I need to display user dot name. Otherwise I need to display the only other static data like user. So I'm going to save the file. Yeah, I'm getting the John as you can see on the top of the screen. And let's refresh. As you can see, my database name is John. Cool. Let's move on, and this is my account. This is a setting, and the next one is a logout. In the setting I need to use the event when user click on it. So I would like to call the function which is navigate to /profile page. Alright, so I'm going to save the file. Let's try to use it. Click on it. I'm getting a profile page, right? But it's not working when I click on the back sign, so I will work on it. Alright, let's move on. And this is logout. In the logout I have data which are coming from the socket.io, so I need to use simple on click event and just calling the function logout. I'm going to save the file and let's try to use it. I'm going to click on it. I'm able to see admin page and login page. Let's try to use. Okay, let's move on. And this is a search feature. I will leave it because I'm facing issue on the search query, but I will add other things like values would be search query. Okay, and I will change the event. Set search query should be e.target.value. So I think okay, I need to pass it. Okay, let's try to uncomment that and let's see it's working or not. So if I have any issue, so yeah, I have some issues inside this one filter. Okay, I will leave it. It is working. This data is used to display the search based data. Okay, alright, so let's move on. And yeah, this is a very important part. So I need to display the filter data. So let's fix this one because I need to use this one variable and to display the searchable data. Means user search the data, then who will be able to see the data. Otherwise we will be able to see the default users which are stored inside the database. Okay, let's use one step further. If not users, just return nothing. Okay, so I'm going to save the file and let's see. Yeah, I'm getting the users is not function. I'm also facing one more time issue. filter u dot name. Okay, say like this. Let's see. When the page will be loaded, the user is not receiving content. Okay guys, okay, I think we are getting issue. Where is my get all? Okay, I think something is wrong inside there. So I would say as a conditional based rendering on them, once you get the data and you store the data in the data variable, then I would say if array that is array in the data, then I would say set users state and passing the data. Also I would say else if the data and array that is array exist, which data users, then come into the body and I would say display that. And finally I would say in the else statement I would say set users nothing. So I'm going to save the file and let's see if we have any error. No. Refresh the page. Yeah, great. So let's move on our that page and where it is user lists. Okay, in the user list have a paragraph all messages, search query all messages, use map method inside there. Give me a second, it is very important guys. So yeah, I'm gonna cut that and I would say filtered users, filtered users dot map, passing the value and just paste complete code. And there we go. We will update all of the content, static content to dynamic content. So let's take a look at that. So this is my first one div, like this one area. When user will click on it, then I will use, so watch on click, but before moving on it, I also use it as a conditional based color combinations. Okay, so I would say selected users id is match with u dot underscore id, then I would say bg red 610, otherwise I would have bg white slash by. So why this is selected user tiny bit. Give me a second, why I'm facing issue guys. So this is a complete, so selected user dot id is made u dot id, then I would say 600, otherwise yeah over bg white 5. Let's move on, and this is our image. So inside the image I need to update u dot profile pic or default avatar. Alright, so the class is similar, but inside there in the image I did not install any logic. Okay, cool. Give me a second, I also mentioned it, online users. Okay, here is my another process. I'm gonna save the file. Yeah, I'm getting files in there. I'm gonna refresh the page. Okay, I will fix it every step, guys. Let's fix these issues. Okay, so this is a conditional based, so this is starting div, this is a closing, so I need to cut it, and I would say is not as online users that includes u dot underscore id, then display that. Okay, so there are no any users is active, but when I will open the new tab and log in another user, then you will be able to see the data. Okay, this is a flex one, and this is a truncate, this is a username, so I would say u.name, and this will be selected user is exist, that id is match u dot underscore id, then I would say text embed 400, otherwise text should be select 200. Okay, this is the time. Okay, let's move on, guys. On this one paragraph page, this is a simple code, so instead they just use online users is exist includes u dot underscore id, then display the text active now, otherwise display the text offline. Okay, yeah, let's move on and come into the chat area. Okay, so this is also conditional based, so this is also else statement. Okay, and yeah, so the first thing is I would say selected user is exist, then come into this one statement. Okay, I just cut it and paste on there, otherwise I would like to display this statement. Okay, cool, and let's move on the top chat area. Selected user is access. Yeah, I'm getting the only on the ghost message. When user click on any user, then you will be able to see the message input field. Alright, the next one is before using any other logic, so let me create another user. Give me a second. I'm going to use admin. Let's check it now, it's working or not. So we are 1 2 3 4 5 6 register, and also I need to work on this one as well, guys. Okay, I do not see the login page. Okay, I will update it. Okay, I'll move on there. Admin at gmail.com. Admin, not admin, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Hit enter, and let's take a look at that. Okay, I can't see the users which are displayed in the sidebar. Okay, yeah, I don't know why this is happening. Okay, I will fix it. So I'm going to close the second one user, just leave the first one. So let's update the complete page, then we will check it step by step, each thing. Alright, so this is button. So when user click on the button, I would like to use event, which is set selected user should be null, Okay, and also I'm going to mention text should be select for QN button. Okay, and this is the image. In the image I would say selected users that profile pic, otherwise default editor. And yeah, so I also mentioned the classes. Let's move on. This is the h2. So yeah, in the h2 I need to display the name of the user, selected user dot name. Then this will use to, but before moving on it, I also mentioned it conditional based rendering users dot includes selected users dot underscore id. Then I would say bg 400, otherwise bg select 600. Okay, in the span tag this is the span tag. Okay, in the span tag I would say online users that includes what, selected users that underscore id. Then I would say online, otherwise I would say offline. Yeah, so yeah, it's almost complete, guys. So this is the header, so I don't want to change anything else in the header section. So this is a message area, so when user click on any user to send the message. So yeah, so we're gonna use simple step on there, should be loading is exist, display that, otherwise I need to display that content. Okay, like this. Now I display that content. Okay, cool. This is a scroll grab. But before moving on it, I need to fix this one. So I'm going to remove this one, conditional based, and also conditional based I need to remove it. So this is a message is loading encrypted message, and this give me a second. I cut it and I would say message.map message, and I just written the complete code like this. Move on the top. Inside that you need to use is me, and the data is coming from me.sender id or m.sender, otherwise user.id or user.underscore id. The next one is image is exist from m.file url, and m.file type starts with image, and also is doc m.file url and not m.file type start with image. So this is a simple condition which I'll use to check the image or doc file is exist or not. So we are storing the data in the variable, so I'm going to check it and just use it inside this section. Okay, I'm going to save the file, and the first one is flex, and I would say is me. Then I would say justify and otherwise justify star. Justify okay. What is next? So if I call, and also I'm going to mention it the same thing, which is me is exist, then atom and otherwise atoms star. This will be atoms. Okay, let's use same logic inside this window. Is me is exist, so I would say bg relate size will be 600. Okay, 600, that should be white, rounded should be 22 pixel, and rounded be none. Otherwise I would say PG gray color 141923. That should be select 200 rounded 22 pixel, rounded P1 border white /1. Okay, let's move on. Okay guys, so let's move on, and this is the starting day of this one file, and inside that I would say as image is exist, then I need to display this code. Give me a second, I will write simple code like this when they start, they close. So copy this one as a class, paste it between the divs. I need to display the image. Okay, just paste it, and inside that you need to use m.file URL and max width should be full, rounded, and yeah, so yeah, I also add the event when user click on that. I need to display the window.open. Inside that I need to target m.file URL, means display the particular image or file, and also I need to target it into open it in the blank file. Alright, so let's move on in the next one. File text, so I'm going to cut it, and this is the next one. Okay, and the next one cells is dark. Display that content, blank file text, and inside this one document I need to use m.file name is exist, otherwise display the document, and inside the href you need to target, remove the quotations, just use m.file URL, and also I need to add the attribute is download, class is similar, just use download. Alright, so let's move on, and this is also conditional based, so which are used to display the text. So inside the text I need to use format time m.created at, and also I need to use this one, and text is exist, then display that content. Okay, also I need to use little template and inside that I need to no my mistake, update it like this. Inside this one paragraph I need to display the m if the text is exist, so I need to display the m.text. When I change the date, so I need to pass on their date. Okay, format time and date. And also I need to use the conditional based inside this section. So I would say is me exist, so display the m rate 50 and 200 I will update it to 60. Otherwise I would like to use text select 500, and yeah, so that's it. Let's move on, and this is the div which are used to scroll the ref. Remember I use the references, so I target the scroll ref which are used to scroll the image. So let's move on, and this is our last and I think final step. So then we're gonna check it and we will fix all of the issues which are facing on this time to display the users. When user click on the users, to display the chat box, chat input field, and user will send the message and so on and so forth. Alright, so this is the input field. When user use it, this is the type, by the way, this is the attachment based. So I need to assign the ref. Remember I have used the file input ref on the top, so you need to assign the variable name on there. Then you need to use on change, and inside that you need to target the function which you have created, handle file change. I think, what is the name? Handle file. Give me a second, I need to move on the top and I need to check handle change. Okay, I need to update it. I will use handle file change because inside they have upload system as well. So move on down. Where is here? Classes in, yeah. So this is a button. Inside the button have same event which is on click, and I will say file input ref, then .current .click function. Okay, cool. This is the input field to send and receive the message. So I need to assign the value should be input, and also mention the as a conditional based. This will be is uploading is exist, then I would say uploading file. Otherwise use type a message, and you need to use on change event, target the e, and set input the value is coming from a.target.value. Also you can use the event on key down on key down e.target e.key. When user press enter button, then also I need to target the handle send function, handle send. Okay, cool. This is a send message. Okay, So yeah, we will use it on click event, handle send function, and also I would say disabled what not input that and not uploading. Alright, the send message. So yeah guys, so we are almost done, and yeah, so that's it guys for all of the logics. So the first one issue is I need to remove the false statement and display the users. How many users is online? When user will click on any users, means the particular user, then I need to display the input field. Alright. So guys, I have updated my many codes or many logic inside my app, and I will share with you the reason for changing the codes. So first of all, I need to move on the backend, okay, and I will show you why I have changed the codes. So the controller and user. So in earlier I've used the object-based value, but when I will use it in the front end, I'm facing issue because all of the logic is used on the JSON based, like this one based, and same thing have a get all users, update the users, like here someone, okay, also I will update this one, but I will work on it, then I will update it. So let me update it because I will face the problem when I will use this one logic. So yeah, so I will update it, user controller, and in there just use this is update profile. So I just remove this one and just pass update user, okay. Alright, cool. So I will use this one logic to update the profile, okay. And also have another thing in my users. So in the users, you need to get the only on the users, and the message controller, you need to get the message, and here is also same thing is a message in JSON format. So once you did that, then you are getting the perfect result in the front end. And also I have changed the logic in my front end, so I directly call it using the particular API. And also when I call it, I will get the token from the local storage, and we will store the token inside there as authorization to get the data. So the token is coming from the auth context, so I open it in the auth context. And finally, the next and very important thing is I do not see basically who is online or not. So the problem is inside the services, not the services, inside the context, and have a context. So you need to pass the where I have a okay socket context. You need to pass the user. Do not pass only on the token, but when you will pass user and token, then you will get the online. So you have seen on earlier. So let me open the next page, and I will fix all of the designing once I complete this process. Okay, so the John is active means online. I am able to see the green sign. When I click on it, I am getting the result data, and when I move on my next one page, and also I'm able to see the admin is online. Alright, so this is my private browser, and I think, yeah, this is the admin, and when you will open it, the John is active. Alright, you can refresh it. You can also search the user, you can do that. Alright, so the final and last step is when I click on this one profile page, and we need to get the register email inside this one page, and also user will able to upload the profile image. The profile image will be updated, and also we will redirect with the home page. So this is our logic. So I'm going to close this one, and same thing I'm going to do. This is update file, but I will create a update profile function. Alright, so just update profile. Then inside that I need to pass as the data. My URL is users profile, and then okay, I think I do not use this one. Okay, just pass the data as a parameter and get the response. Alright, so I'm going to close it, move on the profile page. In the profile page you need to get the data. Which data? User The first one is the user, the next one is the set user, which are coming from use context, auth context. Alright. Also you need to create a navigate, use navigate, and create a states. So I will create a state name, by default I will get the value from the user if user tinyaptitude.name is exist, otherwise get the empty value inside them. The next one is a file, set file, use stat, and that will be default as now. Preview, set preview. Profile pick is exist, otherwise I need to get empty value. The next one is loading, set loading, use stat, and I would say false. The first step, you need to complete the handle change function. In the handle change function, you need to get the data. Which data? Selected files, means user will select the file. You need to use e.target.files in the index number 0. If the selected file is exist, then I would say set file and assign the value which is selected file. And also I need to use set preview URL dot create object URL and pass selected file to see local preview, okay, in the image section. Then the next function you need to create to handle cell. Set loading should be true, and I would say const form data new form data. Call the form data append name and assign the value is a state name. The next is a file is exist, then I need to also append form data append profile pick and passing the file state. Use try catch. And also you need to use finally true. Use set loading should be false. In the try block you need to call the function which are used to update the profile. So let's do the update profile. Await update profile. This is a function and you need to pass form data like this. If type of set error, not set user is a function, then come into the body. It says set user, updated user, not update user. Update user. Let's move on the top. I think set user. Okay, give me a second. I need to use update user. Okay, target it. Alright, and finally you need to use local storage dot set item user will be update and stringify update user. When you will update the profile, then also you need to update the local storage. When you will update the local storage, then you will get the particular updated details inside your home page. Alright, and also I would say navigate to /home. Okay, I think let me call it. Give me a second, I'll leave it and just display the alert message. Alert error.message so error profile update. Alright, so yeah, so let's try to implement them inside the application. So this is the header section, this is the arrow back. In the arrow back, this button, in there you need to call the function on click and just use navigate -1, means move on one step back when user click on it. Alright, and do not change anything. Okay, here's the avatar section. In the avatar section, I would say this is an image preview, so I would say preview image is exist to display the preview image, otherwise display the default on avatar. Alright, and this is camera, so I do not use anything else inside this, but this is very important. The file type is a file, hidden image. I would say on change, handle file change, handle change. So let's take a look at the function like this. Yeah, perfect. Let's move on, and this is upload photo. After that, label, this is input. Okay, here's a name. So in the name I need to pass the video's name, and also I need to add event on change. Set name should be e.target.video. Alright, let's move on, and this is the email address. So just the user will able to see this email, but user didn't update this one email. I just display the email. So in order to display the email, you can use user type.email or nothing. If the email is exist, to display the email, otherwise do not display anything else. And finally we are in save changes. Okay, in the save changes, I'm going to update it using loading status exist to display the loader 2, and otherwise I need to display the save button, and size should be 20. In this print tag I would say save changes. Okay. Yeah, cool. So I'm gonna close this one and just open it. Refresh the page. Yeah, everything is perfect. I do not see any error when I click on it. Okay, I'm getting the particular name, I'm getting the email, the register email which user have registered the account. Let's try, but why I'm just a minute. Okay, I did not change it, the text, because this is a disabled, but when I change the text in the name I can do that. So let's try to upload the image like this one. Okay, I'm getting the problem from the profile 17, so let's fix it. Okay, one more thing I need to do, guys. I need to call the function inside there, which is on save function. Means, give me a second, I will show you. On submit. handle cell. Okay, so I think we are good to go. Let's refresh the page, upload the image. Okay, handle changes for 17. Here is some, okay, here's a mistake, so I need to use target. Now let's try to upload. I do not see preview, but the image has been uploaded. Okay, I'm gonna refresh the page one more time. Let's try to, yeah guys, the image has been updated, and when I change the name like John Doe, let's save changes. Okay, the problem is inside the connection failed. Okay, let me open my backend server. Everything is perfect, so something is wrong in my API. So just get the response and let's see. Profile not found, but when I will use it, okay. Update fail. Let's take a look at that. The database, if the values are data have changed, then yeah, that's perfect. Otherwise we will fix it. So why this is happening? Okay, so users, I'm able to see only on the John and do not update the email. Okay, the problem is inside my method, which is put, guys. So I think we are good to go to update the image. John Doe. Let's update it. Yeah, profile updated, and when I move on the next page, I mean this one page, I refresh it, I do not see the updated email in updated image inside the John Doe. But when I open, first I need to check. Okay, the image doesn't updated. Okay, inside there. But the name has been updated, so something is wrong. So guys, I think something is wrong inside my API. So yeah, so I will use headers and content type. I will need to use multiple. I will use this one, guys, this line, because inside they have a single and multi-file data. So just use it and update this one image. I will use John. I need to change the names in it. Okay, update. Let's move on. And the image has been updated, and also inside my profile pic, the path of the image is coming from my server uploads, and this is the profile. As you can see, two images. I have tried 2 times, so I'm going to remove the first one, and this is a similar image. But when you will send and receive the message or file from the chat box using chat, you will get the data inside the messages. Alright, so guys, I think we are good to go to check it from everything from scratch, and then I will update my login page, and also I will update this one to display the download button and whatever the. Okay, so let's use the admin. I also update this one and also this code. Okay, just log in it. Okay, why this is happening. Yeah, so Simit is online, but inside there I do not see the image. So image is broken, and I don't know why I am able to see the image is broken in another page. But inside there I refresh it. Yeah, the image also is broken inside there, guys. So okay, the reason for broken the image, I remove the image. So let's try to update a new one like this one. Back, image has been updated, and I'm gonna refresh it. Yeah, I'm able to see the same image. So let's try to hello, send the message. The message has been sent, and when I open it, I'm getting the hello. Yeah, perfect. Let's try to send the file. Like I think I'll send the file. Okay, I'm getting the download button inside the file, but okay, when I refresh the page, I'm getting the download file. Okay, so this is a simple issue, but yeah, it's perfect for me to display the file. And when I click on it, I'm able to see the download PDF file. Alright, cool. And yeah, what is next? So yeah, guys, so this video is all about how you can build the real-time chat app using MERN Stack. The reason for creating that project, I just show you how you can use Circuit.io and how you can make a communication between one table to another table. So I will fix all other issues like designing issues, and yeah, so keep watching, and thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day.